Why do 70% of critical thinkers ditch Disney Plus? Because they found something better. In today's economy, every dollar counts. So what's worth subscribing to? Let's compare Disney Plus and no Soundbites Allowed. With Disney Plus, you're shelling out $140 a year for virtue signaling shows targeting mythical modern audiences. Plus, a theater visit could cost you $40 or more. Ouch. Now imagine a platform where fresh perspectives, insightful interviews, and engaging discussions are at your fingertips. That's no Soundbites Allowed. And the best part? It's free with an option to support only if you choose. While Disney Plus ticks off virtue signal checkboxes, no Soundbites Allowed offers real talk and sharp analysis. Perfect for those who crave depth and clarity. Why break the bank for entertainment? Subscribe to No Soundbites Allowed and enjoy meaningful content without the hefty price tag. Oh my God, I am an idiot. I checked the audio just before we went live. I thought I had turned it on. I had a great start. Oh, it was such a great speech, but let me start over. And I know that the title of the video is off right now. I'm going to fix that in a moment. But what I was trying to say is I hope that everyone in the audience will have a great Thanksgiving. Yes, thank you, Lynn. I know. I muted myself because I'm an idiot. But I was saying the intro that, first of all, I want to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving ahead of time. That no matter where you are in the world, anyone and everyone in our audience, no matter what your political preference or ideology or any other reason, I hope that you will find this holiday and the entire holiday season, and hopefully for all your life, to be filled with peace and warmth, food and friends. And I wish that to everyone that can hear this voice, no matter what you believe. Now, I also went on to say, and I want to say, if you're new to the channel, we welcome you and thank you. I am here. I'm the Political Dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. We do this live. And as you can see, I do this by myself, and sometimes there's technical issues. But we're doing it live, and that is the fun and joy of live conversation. Sometimes things go wrong. We try to correct it. But that's why we rely on chat. And you are more than welcome to reach out to us on YouTube, on Facebook, on Rumble, on most of the social media, to send us your chats, your super chats, your phone calls, to let us know when something's wrong, whether it's you disagree with something that we say or you have something else that you want to speak about. We are always open to hear your voices because we believe it's about freedom of speech, not just the First Amendment, but freedom of speech. Something that is inherent in every human being, regardless of what country you're in, regardless of what government you may have. You have the right to speak about the issues that affect you. And so we hope you will do that here with us, because you are welcome. No matter what your ideology, viewpoint, preferences, whatever it is, you are welcome here. Now, that all being said, I do know that the title of the video is wrong. It's something with the OBS system reacting with Restream, which Restream just redid their system, so it's not reacting properly, and I need to fix that, and I will fix that if you'll give me a moment or two, because everything's all screwed up. So I just want to try and fix that. Bear with me. Now, one other thing I should mention for people who are new to the channel, after the show, all of the links, there, that should be updating it all. Links to everything we are going to be describing will be added after the show is over, about an hour afterwards. And then we'll have that up and live for you. Hopefully that fixed that. Yep, that fixed it. Okay. So, it's just one of those days, folks. You know, sometimes things aren't as, well, like I said, it's live, so errors happen. And I want to thank Graham and Lynn for fixing, letting me know that there was an error there and that I was screwing up, and to help me out. It happens. Life happens. Happens to all of us. So that being said, so now we're going to keep going. So there's a lot to be talking about, and thank you also, Lois, on Rumble. Thank you for correcting me about the sound. We have fixed that now. So Lois, if the sound is not on Rumble, please let me know. I will fix that and adjust that as well. But thank you for making a comment there, Lois. All right. So with that all said, I think everybody should be able to hear me on all the platforms. We've updated the title on all the platforms, so that's all taken care of, at least for the moment. I'm an idiot. Let's go on. There's a lot that's been happening since the election as we're getting closer to Thanksgiving. There's a lot more division in the United States, and it's being promoted by the left. Not the right, it's coming from the left, where they're saying that you have to conform to be able to enjoy the holidays. You have to conform to be able to be friends, that you can, on social media, you have to ban certain social media. And this is also playing out around the rest of the world. There's a confusion. We have individuals who are trying to say right now that if you do not conform, well, there'll be another government, because they don't accept the losses. They don't accept not having power. We see this very often from the far left, and I only need to point to 2020 or 2021. Hell, even today, look at any of the autonomous zones across America, and there are several still to this day, like the defenders of the Atlanta forest that exist, where they have, because people don't obey the left, well, they'll commit riots, they'll commit arson, they'll have fights, they'll take over property in areas, complete sections of cities or areas, and just usurp them and remove all laws, local, state, federal. No laws exist. It'll become their own little autonomous insurrectionist area where they try and rule by fear. And this is a problem because we're seeing this grow. We're seeing this increase, and we're seeing this being recommended throughout America, and that is obviously having an impact on our politics overseas. And we see a lot of people are not making logical decisions. Like, and I'm going to get to your comment in 1 second, Graham, but there's the comment from the Biden administration right now where Joe Biden says that he wants to forgive $4.7 billion in loans to the Ukraine. This is insane. This is detrimental to the United States. This is a problem because basically we're just, not just that it's money that we've given that no one truly expects we're ever going to get back. It's $300 billion under the Biden administration in the space of 3 years that we have given to the Ukraine. Minimum $300 billion. And that's money, that's more money than in any one given year that the Ukraine, their entire GDP, is only $173 billion a year at its peak. So they can't pay us back. And no one ever expects them to pay us back. We're just spending this money, and the Biden administration saying, doesn't matter, we'll just spend more. Mind you, this is your money. Every time the Biden-Harris administration or any presidency spends money here in the United States, that adds to inflation, which then affects every country in the world. The higher the inflation in the United States, it is almost always the higher the inflation in Europe and the United Kingdom, and therefore the rest of the world. What happens in the leading first world commerce country affects every country around the world. And so this is bad news. Now, Biden's doing this, and that is actually escalating the war. Because he's saying, not only will we forgive this money, but he has, in the last 3 months, been making several promises and overtures and funding initiatives to continue the Ukraine-Russian war for the next 10 years. That's not ending the war. That's extending the war. That's escalating the war. That is not helpful for anyone. And in fact, his most recent announcement this week saying that the Ukraine can use part of the U.S. long-range missiles that have been given, along with U.S. tanks, along with U.S. fighters. Now we've given them missiles, long-range missiles, to reach into the interior of Russia. That further escalated it. That's a problem. Because not only are we increasing the inflation, we are extending the amount of global famine that is affecting Africa and the rest of the world. And on top of that, we are forcing Russia to retaliate because Russia will not give up. They're going to hold on to what they have won in the war so far. Russia has made statements. They have said that they want to have a ceasefire. In fact, we can see this. I know this is behind a firewall, but this article and several others from Bloomberg are telling you that Russia's Putin, Vladimir Putin, has been offering to talk to Trump, not to Joe Biden, but to Donald Trump, to try and get a ceasefire. He's willing to have the negotiations to end the conflict, at least for the time being. Now, this is important. This is important because it tells us several things. One, the Kremlin, Putin, does not respect Joe Biden. We've seen that since 2021 in the G20 summit and the G7 summit. We know Vladimir Putin has no respect for Joe Biden. He has no fear of Joe Biden. And because of the actions, when Joe Biden got beat by the Taliban, that was the signal that Joe Biden is not only inept, but he is weak and more focused on politics than policy. And therefore, Vladimir Putin decided to do what he did under the Obama-Biden administration, and that is he went into the Ukraine to take over territory, which is the war we have been seeing, even though Biden has said that he's going to put in sanctions, which didn't work. And he has no other weapon besides the sanctions than having a proxy war, sending in money and weapons and ammunition into the Ukraine to fight Vladimir Putin in Russia. But under the Trump administration, Vladimir Putin doesn't trust that he can win when Donald Trump is in. Donald Trump will take actions that Joe Biden will not. Donald Trump will fight to win, not just fight for a stalemate, not just fight for the next decade. He will fight to win. And therefore, that will be more costly. Not just the sanctions, but the competition. And when you couple that with the economic battle that Trump can do, which is energy independence, the number one resource that is being exported by Russia at this time is oil and gas, especially to Europe. Europe cannot respond to the Ukraine-Russia conflict as strongly as they might want to, because anytime they talk about strong actions, Russia turns off the oil and gas, natural gas, into going into Europe, the Nord Stream pipeline. And that is something that is absolutely needed, especially in Germany, the strongest economy of Europe. They absolutely need that gas to, in the summer, to keep their people cool, in the winter to keep their people warm, to allow people to be able to have the lights on, to take care of their medical needs. This is absolutely essential. And they get well over between a third to one half of all of their energy needs come from Russia. So they can't be as strong in their outrage and conflict with Russia in the Ukraine as they would want to be. Otherwise, they have no energy and their people die. So under Biden, we ended energy independence, which made Europe, well, put them between a rock and a hard place. They don't want Russia to invade Ukraine. They don't want to see Russia try and regain the former Soviet states under the Soviet Union, but they need the energy. So they're limited in what they can do. And America is not there to back them up. But under Trump, who will ensure that there is energy independence for the United States, and did so in the past and was exporting, net exporting U.S. oil and gas around the world, energy around the world, that would give Europe the opportunity to no longer be reliant, or at least as strongly reliant, on Russia, and therefore they can step up their opposition. Putin knows this. That's what happened under the first Trump administration. It's why he didn't take action under the first Trump administration. He's going into that same scenario. So he'd rather take what he has, which is much of the wheat and the fertilizer and the uranium found in the Ukraine. He already has that. He has a connection to the Crimea, the southern portion of the Ukraine. He has almost everything that he wanted in the start of this war. He has that. He can sit and wait for another weak U.S. president. And I think that's exactly what he will do. And he has no faith in Joe Biden. But Joe Biden is making this untenable. Rather than trying to increase the potential for a ceasefire, instead of raising the temperature and making this more aggravated, instead of increasing the fighting, Joe Biden's increasing the fighting. He's antagonizing Putin by allowing Ukraine to fire into the heart of Russia, that increases the fighting, which is why Russia has fired its own new, what we thought was an intercontinental ballistic missile. It happens to be an intermediate, one step below missile, and they're starting to use those. So he's increased the amount of bloodshed that's happening in the Ukraine, and he's intensified the fighting beyond what it needs to be with only 2 months left. He's creating a bigger problem and pushing America closer to having boots on the ground in the Ukraine before he has to transition power to Donald Trump. And of course, he's going to leave this entire problem on Donald Trump's feet, letting him have to clean up the mess that the Biden-Harris administration has made and all of the complications up to the day in. This is crazy. But this is what happens when you have one portion of the American politic not talking to nor willing to work with the other half. And when I say that, Democrats don't want to hear from or talk to Donald Trump or MAGA or anyone on the right. They think they're evil and just don't want to deal with them at all. You can't run a government in that manner. You get the Ukraine situation as it exists right now. We need to change that. Let me go back to some of the comments here. So Graham says, I read a headline that Joy Reid told people to cut off their family who voted for Trump. It's worse than that. And that'll be in the second half of the show. That's when we talk about the domestic issues. But yes, Graham, Joy Reid did in fact, and we have video of Joy Reid in fact telling people to hate their own families, to disown and disrupt their own families. We will get into that. But that'll be in the domestic portion of the show. Right now we're talking about the international. Hot Chicks has joined us. Hello, Hot Chicks. And Hot Chicks says, they ask for reports they hate. Yeah, they do hate a lot. And it's incredible to me because this is only making things worse. It doesn't make anything better. Just because we're not following a failed policy, and the Biden-Harris administration have failed policies. Everything that they've done about the Ukraine has not made the situation better. It's made it worse. They were the cause of the Ukraine-Russia conflict in the first place, and they have done nothing to stop it. They have driven Russia to work closely with China and Iran and North Korea, whom they hate. Russia, China, North Korea, Iran, they all hate each other. They have ideologies that do not match. They conflict on multiple levels. None of these countries like each other. But because of the policies of the Biden-Harris administration, of the far left, the progressive ideology has driven those four nations to unify or at least work together under one common cause. They don't like America more. They don't like the U.S. economy, ideology, religion, all their reasons. They don't like America more than they hate each other. And as long as they get more of an advantage working together against America, they'll continue to work together. This is another reason why it's so important that the U.S. has to broker a Ukraine-Russia peace, at least a ceasefire. Because when Russia does a ceasefire, some sanctions may be removed under the Trump administration. And if they are removed, that means that Russia will be able to once again sell their oil and gas internationally and reap the reward. It will help their economy. They won't have to continue to spend money on weapons and troops and maintaining a war, and they will have more revenues coming in because they will be able to sell their oil and gas more freely and more internationally without it being restricted or held in a bank. So they will reap rewards from this. That's good for Russia. If they are able to do that, they are less reliant on selling their oil and gas to China. And therefore, they also won't need to spend money on North Korean drones, North Korean and Iranian drones and missiles. So they don't have to spend money on armaments that they can make themselves over time. They don't have to fight an active war. Their people will be more at peace and they'll have a better economy. This is a win-win for Russia, and they know it. And it's a win-win for the United States and the rest of the world, because once that faction, those four countries, once you break that union by necessity, they will not work together, and that is good for the world. This is why we won't have a World War III. A lot of people don't realize this, and I've said this many times over the years, but I want to be very clear. We are not facing World War III. We are facing 3 regional wars at the same time. As one individual I mentioned, these are poly wars, multiple wars simultaneously in each region, because Iran hates Russia and China and would destroy them if they could, because they don't believe what the Ayatollah believes. So they would destroy them as fast as they would Europe or the United States. But the United States comes first. Maybe Israel first. But that's it. And then everyone else afterwards. Russia, under Putin, wants to become the USSR again. They want the empire back. They want all of their resources back, the glory that they had in the past. And that has nothing to do with anything that Iran would want. It has nothing to do with what North Korea or China want. Russia isn't looking to become communist again. They're looking to build an empire. It's not the same thing. And China, of course, wants to expand its communist beliefs and control over the rest of the world, slowly but steadily. So again, we have conflicting issues amongst these countries. They are only working together because the king of the hill, the person in the nation in their way to accomplishing all of their goals, is the United States. So it is in our best interest, not just economically in selling oil and gas and helping our allies, committing to our allies in NATO, in Europe, in the United Kingdom, and around the world. Not only is it good for that, but it also breaks this union of countries that hate each other. Their own natural dislike will break apart China, North Korea, Iran, and Russia. They'll break apart on their own if we just give them a reason to. So these are all reasons why I think the Trump administration can create a peace deal in terms of the Ukraine-Russia war. At least a ceasefire that will last at least through the Trump administration. I strongly and truly believe that. But the Biden administration is not making that easy. They are making it harder and harder. And we know there is no respect by China, by North Korea, by Russia, by Iran. No one respects Joe Biden. Nobody respects Kamala Harris. Nobody wants to talk to them, not only because they're lame ducks, but because they're weak. And all of the actions that have happened over the last 3.5 years are because Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are weak and they are incompetent and they have no plan. So why do we expect in the last 2 months of their administration, when they are lame duck, why would anyone talk to them now? They wouldn't. They're not going to get anything from them. Nothing more than they've already gotten from them. No, now is the time to start to prepare for the Trump administration, an actually strong leader who is actively demonstrating he has a plan. He's put together a cabinet, the fastest that has ever happened in the history of the United States, at least since I've been alive. That's 56 years. I've never seen it done faster, and it implies there is a very definitive plan that Donald Trump spent the last 4 years figuring out exactly what he wanted to do if he were to gain power in the United States again. I'm sure many of the left are terrified of this, but the rest of the world is actually pretty anxious to see it. And they know he's strong enough to make it happen. Again, that's good for stabilizing peace in the world, it's not good for the leftists. Let me step back to some of the comments here. So Joel has joined us. Hello, Joel. Thank you for being with us today. And Joel says, RFK Jr. has put out a good backstory on the Ukraine-Russian war being orchestrated by people here in the industrial military complex. Not really. I'm sure RFK, I have not seen what RFK has said about this, but I really don't care either. RFK Jr. is an isolationist. Those were the policies that he ran on in the 2024 election before he joined the Trump team and administration. I disagree with his isolationist policies. And let's be honest, RFK Jr. is a Democrat. He is a progressive. His ideology is almost exactly a progressive ideology. So I already have conflict with what he thinks. That doesn't make him a bad person. And I know I've had this conversation with a couple of friends recently. I think RFK, as the Secretary of Health and Human Services, in an isolated role to make America healthy again, fantastic. Good idea. I think he can do that. I think he honestly and truly wants to help most Americans be healthier and live better lives. I truly believe that. When I see that he's talking to the cereal companies and saying, stop using chemicals, use natural ingredients, that's a great example of making America healthy. No reason why we can't do that. So I think he's fine in that role. Take him outside of that role, and I think he's horrible. I don't agree with him in his international policies. I don't think he has a solid international policy. I'm not saying that he doesn't understand things internationally. I just think he doesn't understand the consequences correctly because of his ideological view. So I don't take his, I don't find him as credible a source. More importantly, having lived in Moscow, having known many people who are Ukrainian while I lived in Moscow, and having been in Tbilisi, Riga, and having spent time in Riga, Latvia, I do understand and know some of the history of that time period. And Russia has always, historically, going back hundreds upon hundreds, if not 1,000 years, we have always seen that the Russia, what we call the Moscow region, that nation, Russia, has always been trying to go after Ukraine. They've always been going there because that is a huge area of, well, one of the most fertile places on the face of the earth, to be exact. It's the third largest producer of wheat and corn in the world. It has fertilizer. It's the almost second largest distributor of fertilizer in the world. Plus, it has uranium deposits as well. This is why it has always been something that nations have fought over. The czars have tried to always maintain it. It is a incredibly important spot strategically for the world, for Europe and Russia. So there is a lot of history there about why Russia is trying to take over that territory and why they have always tried to take over that territory for hundreds of years. It's not because of the U.S. military-industrial complex. We have nothing to do with that. This is historical. This is consistent. It is cyclical. And the U.S. military had nothing to do with it. If the thing that had the most to do with Russia going in over the last 3.5 years, going into the Ukraine, is that Joe Biden was weak. Joe Biden ran away from the Taliban. And when I say he ran away, he left billions of dollars of weapons, of ammunition, of bases, of technology, and 5,000 Americans left it all behind to run away from the Taliban. And think of it however you want, that is a failure. That is a rout. That is incredibly embarrassing. And it's because Biden didn't have a plan. Things changed in in Afghanistan, and Joe Biden didn't have a plan to adjust. His only answer was run away because it could be politically inexpedient. That was the main catalyst. So it has nothing, in my opinion, there's nothing about the military-industrial complex from the United States that advanced what we're seeing in the Ukraine. That's not the, none, it has nothing to do with it. But that's my opinion on that. Joel goes on to say, RFK Jr. talks about Reagan, the Reagan administration, headed towards bringing Russia into Western trade relations, but some people profit more keeping a Cold War mentality going. Yes, but there's always someone who's going to profit off of, in politics like in business, there's always someone who's going to profit from maintaining the current status quo. And there's always someone who's going to profit by changing the status quo. That is always true. And the more corruption you have in a country, the more you will see that they will try and maintain the status quo. Because in changing things, the corruption has to shift. Somebody will lose power, someone will lose money, someone else will gain that power and that money. Because the focus is going to change, and therefore the corruption, what the corruption is targeted after, will change. So we see that always. So to say that under any president, doesn't matter who they are, left or right, to say that under any president, the emphasis of that administration and the corruption that is inherent in the United States government, that it wants to keep things the same, that's true. That's always true. There's always that resistance to change in every administration because, in part, there's corruption that is relying on that existing system to make a profit. Every president deals with that, and it has been growing. We've been seeing our government has become more entrenched and more corrupt on multiple levels. That's just not just federal. We're talking about state governments. We're talking about local governments. We're seeing this across America. And so we have to combat that. I don't, again, this is why I don't see the U.S. military-industrial complex. Did they take advantage of what was happening in the Ukraine? That Biden was shipping over tanks and armored vehicles and planes and missiles? Of course they did. That's their job. And lots of people have been making money based on what's happening in the Ukraine, what happened in Afghanistan, the Sudan. There are people who are taking advantage of people who are starving in Angola today. There are people who do this no matter what. But that's not the reason why it happened. It happened because of history. It happened because of political ambitions by Putin. It happened because of a weak president without a plan, and that was on display around the world. It happened because of opportunity. So it's not because of the military-industrial complex. People always, they're an easy target. They're an easy bad guy to point to, but they're not really the cause. They are just reacting to the cause. At least that's the way I see that. Some people may disagree, but if we look at it deeply, that's what we will consistently see. And I was mentioning China before, by the way. And when I was mentioning China, I want you to understand, when I say that Russia, we just saw news reports, credible international news reports are telling us that Putin is not going to speak to Joe Biden. And we see that when, most recently, a week ago, when Joe Biden met with Chairman Xi of the Chinese Communist Party, they were talking about Donald Trump. They're talking about how they are looking forward to talking to Donald Trump, not Joe Biden. They're not making deals with Joe Biden. They're done with Joe Biden. They've already gotten everything they want from Joe Biden. Same thing with Iran. Iran has already gotten everything they want from Joe Biden. They had dozens of sanctions removed that were against Iran, and they were lifted because Joe Biden wanted to make the Iran nuclear deal happen, because he wanted to be part of history, because he thought he was better than the Trump administration. And all he was being taken advantage of. Iran did it, China did it, Russia did it. They're taking advantage of him. in terms of sanctions, in terms of trade deals, in terms of combining with other nations all against the United States. Joe Biden was walked all over. China ran over the Biden administration like a dump truck. And they know it. And they know they couldn't do that, and they didn't do that under the Trump administration. Remember the very first meeting, the very first conversation between the United States and China under the Biden administration, which was in June of 2021. There was an international summit, U.S. and China, and what did China do? They told America that they were a paper tiger and that the U.S. had ethics issues, stop pointing fingers at anyone else, and China does not have to lower itself to the level of the United States. The United States has to come to the level of China. That was the first conversation. China scolded the Biden-Harris administration. That was the first conversation we had with China, and everything from there went downhill. It was after, once Russia decided that they were going into the Ukraine, then China said they're going to take over Taiwan by force. That it was going to happen. It wasn't an if, it was an when. And that they were going to take it over and that the United States would do nothing about it. And they might even have some interest in Japan and or South Korea, but they all, and or the Philippines and the Southeast Asian Sea. They wanted all of that. And we have seen that they have worked on all of that. Meanwhile, the Biden administration is begging and pleading that China keep manufacturing goods for the United States. That's it. He got nothing out of Chairman Xi. He didn't get any, he got no guarantees. He had no better trade agreements. He got nothing. China got a lot. The United States got nothing from China. But Chairman Xi knows that's not how the Trump administration works, and the tariffs will be effective against China. Let me take a moment. Tariffs. Everyone hears tariffs and people misunderstand what is the purpose of a tariff. And you hear from the left, oh my God, you hear currently, if you listen to people on the left right now, if you go to Bluesky, oh, the tariffs are going to increase the cost of everything by 300%. No, it won't do that. I mean, that's exaggeration upon exaggeration. And it's also a misunderstanding of the purpose of a tariff. Will prices go higher under the Trump administration for goods that come from overseas, depending on which country we're talking about? Yes, absolutely. It will make a trade imbalance. It's supposed to. That's the point. It is supposed to make things that come from China more expensive. And Walmart has recognized that. They've already told people everything in Walmart, which comes from China, is going to be more expensive. Okay, fantastic. You don't have to do business there. There were companies, like there were supermarkets and stores like Kmart and others that existed long before Walmart expanded. And Walmart can readjust. They don't have to increase their prices as much as everyone else. But there will be an increase. But that's the point of the tariff. You're supposed to look for an American-made good or goods from allies of the United States that have a preferential treatment, that are not as expensive. The goal is to buy American. Ultimately, that is the number one goal. Buy American. Don't buy the Chinese goods. That's the point. We want to build up the American economy first, not help the Chinese economy. It doesn't matter if China is not doing as well. America can manufacture anything and everything that is manufactured in China was originally manufactured in the United States and can still be manufactured in the United States with higher quality. That's a fact. It's not an if, it's not a maybe, it is a fact. Anything and everything that's made in China can be made in the United States, and it can be made with higher quality. Absolutely. We have the manufacturing capabilities, and we've just let them rust. Literally, go to rust. So we don't need those goods. We did it because of deals like NAFTA, trade deals under Clinton, trade deals under Obama that encourage companies to go overseas rather than deal with the United States, especially unions. The unions have been horrible. They add roughly about 10 to 25, possibly 30%, depending on the product, to the price tag just because it's union made, which is why a lot of companies said, we're not paying that much, we're going to go overseas. And the product will be 40%, 50% cheaper, in part because we don't have to pay for the unions, and it's just cheaper to build it overseas and ship it and still make more money than using the unions here in the United States. The left screwed themselves. They lost the jobs, and they hurt the economy because of their own greed and power and desire for power. I know there are people on the left that will not like that. It is still true. It has nothing to do with whether you like it or not. It doesn't matter if it makes you feel good or not. It is the truth. That is the net consequence that we have seen historically, and these are the causes of that. Whether or not you like it is immaterial to the reality as it exists. So a tariff is meant to take that good that was either originally, organically, or artificially, and in China, prices are artificially lower to encourage more things being made in China, and they make up the difference on volume. They keep the prices down, they oppress their own people, and they do that so that they can get the volume to make up for it, and they ship out goods of low quality around the world. The tariff makes it less beneficial for the United States and other countries to do that. It not only evens the playing field, it encourages people to find an alternative, whether that's going to an American-made product, which is preferential, or even something made in one of our allies' countries. That's the point. So when people go, oh, it's going to be 300% more expensive, stop buying the Chinese-made version. Buy the American-made version. It won't be 300% more expensive. It'll be less expensive than the Chinese version. And that helps the U.S. economy. It keeps our money here in the United States. It helps to lower inflation. And that's a good thing. Oh, but they don't tell you about that part. They don't like to have that conversation with you because, yes, they could say this in 30 seconds, but they won't. They don't want you to have that realization. They want you to have the fear, and they want you to obey. But they don't want you to realize there's also a benefit here. And the benefit is immediate. If you buy American goods instead of overseas goods, you get higher quality. Instantaneously, you've gotten a benefit. On top of that, it helps the American economy, which helps you directly. That means you have a benefit. It also helps our allies. There's a direct and immediate benefit. They don't want to talk about that. They just tell, oh, it's going to be more expensive. Only if you buy the Chinese goods. Only if you're buying goods from another country. But they didn't mention that part. Because remember what we were talking about corruption. Corruption wants the status quo to stay the same because the corruption is already focused. They don't want to have to change who is being able to benefit from the corruption that exists. They don't want tariffs because that would change the focus of business, and that means the corruption wouldn't be as effective as it is right now. The status quo would be disrupted. That's why they don't want to see tariffs. They already have a corruption that works for them. I don't know. Does that make sense to everyone? Do you understand why tariffs are so important? How tariffs can have a beneficial impact on the United States? Does that make you understand why we hear so many economists, not just Donald Trump, not just businessmen, but economists saying that it is an effective way to deal with the U.S. economy and the international economy? And again, this is good for all of our allies as well. Goods made in America are better for them too. That's why if they have the choice, if the price is essentially the same or slightly more expensive, they'll buy American goods first not Chinese goods. Why? More quality. They have an assurance of the quality of the goods that they're going to be receiving. They have an assurance of the technology of the goods that they are going to be receiving. It's worth it to them. As long as it's close, they'll buy American first. Our allies do that all the time. They've done that historically. But it's the fear. There's a lot of fear out there. Now, I know people are talking about the fear out there. People may be aware, came out 2 days ago in the Wall Street Journal, has been reported that Kim Jong-un has a new message for Donald Trump to remind us. Under the first Trump administration, Donald Trump we were guaranteed, according to the news media that has now been disgraced and discredited, they told us that we were going to have World War V starting with World War III, starting with the North Korea. That North Korea would continue to reignite the Korean War, which has been on ceasefire for over 50 years, that we would start fighting again. Kim Jong-un was going to be using nuclear weapons. It was going to start a world war. Didn't happen. Did not happen. We were guaranteed that. Did not happen. Instead, Donald Trump talked to Kim Jong-un, met him in person, actually was the first president to actually put foot on soil in North Korea, had conversations with him. North Korea, as a result of that, stopped firing off missiles, rockets, and ICBMs. They stopped all their nuclear testing. They didn't fire a single shot. And as a result of that, they started to have conversations with South Korea about reunification. Not just ending the Korean War with the United States, but reunifying, just like Germany did, to reunify and to become one Korean nation. They had the conversation. They were in the middle of those talks. That was the Trump administration. So you got the exact opposite of World War III. You were guaranteed. CNBC, MSNBC, New York Times, they guaranteed you. It's World War III. In fact, you had more peace, more stability, less missiles, less rockets, less conflict. So many are expecting that we would get the same thing under the second Trump administration, except it's not back-to-back administrations. There's the 45th president and now the 47th. What happened in between? We had the Biden administration. We had Kamala Harris going into South Korea multiple times and embarrassing the United States, insulting the South Korean people every time that Kamala Harris went to South Korea. And as she insulted and weakened the U.S. relations with South Korea, of course, that helped North Korea. And North Korea was able to get more sanctions from the Biden-Harris administration than they were getting under the Trump administration. And so, under the Biden-Harris administration, North Korea fired off more rockets and missiles and ICBMs than under any presidency ever. In 1 year, there were over 100 rockets, missiles, and ICBMs being fired and tested by North Korea. In 1 year, that was more than any president in 4 years. And then, throughout the entire last 3.5 years, North Korea has fired off more of the missiles, rockets, and ICBMs that they're testing. They've fired them off more than any presidency in 8 years. Any presidency in 8 years total. It is an astounding difference. That is a lack of respect. That is a lack of fear. Also, North Korea ended its talks about reunification under the Biden-Harris administration. In fact, after Kamala Harris had gone to South Korea to admonish North Korea, and she embarrassed the United States. And then North Korea said, we're not going to reunify. She emboldened North Korea because of a weak U.S. presidency. And North Korea thought they could take advantage of it, and they did. So now that North Korea is dealing with weakness, and again, they're going from, this is just like the first Trump administration. You're going from an Obama-Biden administration, which was weak internationally, absolutely weak and pathetic, and you walked into Trump. Well, now we're going from a Biden-Harris administration that is pathetically weak, and now we're going into a Trump administration, which is stronger. So we're seeing the same thing. North Korea was talking negatively about the United States as Trump entered office, and they made a lot of bluster, just like they did in 2017. We're seeing the same thing here. North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un has fewer reasons to seek sanctions relief from the U.S. and has played down the need for disarmament talks. Yeah, and this is behind a firewall, but again, this is exactly what we saw in 2017. It's the same argument by North Korea in 2017. Their people are still starving. They still are, they fire off their missiles and rockets and their nuclear testing to get attention from the rest of the world, to get sanctions and to get aid from the rest of the world. They're still tied directly to the Communist Party of China. Absolutely. Nothing has changed for them, but they always signal their bluster first so that they can show strength in any negotiations that follow afterwards. This is not new for what we see out of North Korea. But the news media wants you to think, oh my God, Kim Jong-un won't listen to Trump. Sure he will. Because Donald Trump represents the United States. And Donald Trump represents the sanctions and the aid that the United States can provide to North Korea that North Korea needs. Everything that they want, we have. And we can provide it to them, or we can make it more difficult for them to get it. So they're trying to improve their hand, saying, hey, did you not notice that we fired off more missiles, rockets, and ICBMs, more drones, and exporting troops? We have more experience than we've ever had before. We're a strong nation. Give us more in the next deal. That's it. They're negotiating from a position of strength, at least as much strength as they have. That's not new. But the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, they want you to think, oh my God, it's so much different. We've never seen this from North Korea before, except every time there's a new president. We've seen it all the time. This isn't new. This isn't shocking. It isn't different. And we've had Donald Trump deal with that before. It's just like when he was in 2017. And you're going to hear the left media are going to tell you, it means that there's going to be World War III. Probably not. That doesn't help North Korea. Having a regional war focused on North Korea does not help North Korea improve. That doesn't mean they'll be able to take over South Korea. They won't. It doesn't mean that they can take over Taiwan or Japan. They can't. Yes, they have the second largest standing army in the world. Yes, 15,000 of their troops. Well, how many survive? Out of that 15,000 troops that were sent over to the Ukraine to fight in that war, yes, they will become more experienced. Yes, they will be harder to fight. They will lose. They don't have the resources. They don't have the infrastructure. And if they reach out, they have many more enemies. They cannot win by themselves. They have to have China behind them, and China doesn't necessarily have to back them, and they know that. Not if you have a strong United States that's saying, don't go into the Southeast Asian Sea. Don't go after Taiwan. We are here and we are ready, and we can retaliate. We will support our allies. We will live up to the treaties that the United States has signed with the Philippines, with Japan, with South Korea. That's all it takes. North Korea knows this. So we have to take the warnings that we are hearing from around the world with a grain of salt, and also look back at history. Most politicians count on the fact that you will not remember what happened 3 months ago. That's a fact. American politics and most politics around the world counts on the fact that you, the American public, or you, the public of the world, you don't remember what happened 3 months ago. You don't remember when there was the first Trump administration. You don't remember the initial conversations. You don't remember how every single left-leaning news agency tried to convince you, fearmonger you, into believing that World War III was about to happen, and it never did. But that's what my job is. I do remember it. And I do have the articles. And I did do the coverage then so that I can understand now. And I can tell you, this isn't unusual. This isn't different. And we can understand why are these countries taking the stances that they are taking. And we can see how, as long as Donald Trump is strong, as long as he has a plan, this can work out positively for the United States and the rest of the world, that there will be more stability and peace in the world, not less. Let me go back to some of the comments here. So Joel mentioned, I like the fair tax far better. It would work better than the trade deals and tariffs to make American-made goods become the best and most economical choice. Not really. The fair tax, which is interesting, which is a flat tax, has its benefits, it has its negatives. A flat tax is less beneficial for the poor than a regressive tax, which is what we have. Let me explain that. The tax system we have in the United States right now, which gets most of the tax revenue from the rich. Over 70% of all taxes come from the top 5% of America. Sometimes the top 1%, between the top 1 to 5% of America, pay for 70% of all taxes. 4.6 trillion, actually about $3 trillion of taxes come from the richest people in America. Now, the left will tell you that's not enough. They want more. I don't know why. And they won't tell you how much is enough. They never tell you how much is enough. Is it 80%? Is it 90%? How much is enough to take from the rich, who are already overwhelmingly paying for everything as is? They're already paying for everything. With all the loopholes, all the tax deals, every time you see the corporations like Apple go out there and they don't pay taxes, okay, these things do happen. But even with all of that, 70% of all taxes are coming from those rich people, those rich companies. That's a fact. It's irrefutable. It is empirical and mathematical. We know this. So when you think about that, and then roughly about somewhere between 45 and 55% of the nation, it changes year after year, but on any given year, roughly about 50% of the United States gets a refund. They're not paying taxes. Half of the nation gets money sent back to them. They get a refund. And 70% of the taxes come from the top 5%. And the middle, well, some of them get refunds, some of them pay taxes. They pay less taxes than the top 5%. That's the reality of the breakdown, the quick breakdown of U.S. taxes. If you change that system from that regressive system and you go into a flat tax system, you're going to put more pressure. That 50% of America that gets a refund no longer gets a refund. Which is now something that's ingrained into people. We have enough generations who have been receiving that this is part of their lifestyle. It's part of their economic purchasing. It's part of their mindset. You would generationally affect people in America, change the buying patterns and goods that are bought in America. You drastically change the economy by changing that. Short term and long term, you would see that poor people would be paying more taxes more often. And it's going to have a bigger impact. And they have no kickback, which is what we have built into the system now. And richer people would be paying less effectively. But everyone is paying the same tax. Whether you say it's 5% or 9%, I've heard arguments for all of that. It could be 5 or 9 or anything in between. It's less punishing for the richer people than it is for the poorer people. That's a fact. So the fair tax is fair that it's the same tax, but it's not fair in how that same tax affects people. If I take 10% of $100, that's $10. I take 10% of $1,000, that's $100. Let's see, I have $90 or $900. Which one is more? The person with $1,000 who now has $900 because they paid the 10%, guess what? They're much better off. They have more buying power than the person who's had $100 now has $90. They have less. It is much more impactful. It's the same tax. The poor person paid more. That's a problem. So I have a problem with the fair tax. It isn't, and I'm trying to not make this money. I know people drown out and they fade off when we talk about math, but I'm talking about how much money you get to keep. So the fair tax, yeah, I understand it. It's a nice idea. It won't fly. It's not going to happen. Not in America. Because it will hurt too many poor people. But the left likes to tell you that. And they want to say, well, the answer is we will give poor people a UBI. Universal Basic Income. And that will bankrupt America. It is a horrible idea. Anyone who ever tells you that you should have a UBI, a universal basic income, they hate you. They may not realize it. They may not understand the consequence of what they're talking about. They hate you. We have seen from studies, in particular, the largest study that has ever been done on universal basic income was a study that just ended last year. It was done by MIT and a couple of international institutions. It was a 10-year study in Kenya, yes, in Kenya, with 200 villages that were receiving a UBI. And they tried it out on a couple of there was 3 different ways. People who didn't get a UBI, people who got a lump sum, and people who got a monthly stimulus, a monthly UBI basic payment every single month. They tried all 3 different ways, and the study tells you that UBI does not help. It does not make poor people into middle class. Does not work. It does not take middle class people and turn them into rich people. Does not work. It effectively does nothing but keep the same status quo in effect. In fact, it might be, according to the data from the Kenya long-term study, the only long-term study that has been done to date, the data says it might even be negative, not beneficial at all. It might be negative to the people. And it is only possible, universal basic income is only possible when you have someone else's money making it happen. The second that MIT and the UN ended the study on UBI, universal basic income, they ended the program. Kenya, the country of Kenya, the government of Kenya would not continue to provide the UBI, universal basic income, for the 200 villages that were part of the study. They will not give that to their people. It's too expensive. It's too inflationary. It would destroy their infrastructure. They said no, and there's no benefit to it. So Kenya isn't going to do it. They'll do it all day long as it's someone else's money that was coming from the United States, money that was coming from the UN. Absolutely. They're more than happy to fund that. The moment that it's money coming from them, they're not doing it. UBI only works if you have someone else's money, and it doesn't even work then. So when they say, oh, we're going to combine UBI with a fair tax, they're talking about destroying your economy. It is not. It is going to make more people poor faster than anything else. Anything separate of a depression, the next fastest way to create more poor people, have a fair tax and a UBI combined. It'll destroy your country, and it'll impoverish your people. Now, So that's taxes. I know. Everyone's going, oh, Mike, taxes. Oh, I hate talking about taxes. Well, taxes are important because it's your money. It is your money. And you should know how your money is being used against you. And how more and more people have a plan on how to take your money and put it in their pocket. So you should know. Now, let me also say, if there's anyone who disagrees with me, I'm happy to hear from you. You can call into the program. You can see it as flying above, and I didn't mention earlier, but you can always call into the program at 929-715-8569. The phone is on. It is plugged in right now. And you can call in at any time. And you can say, hey, Mike, I disagree with that. No problem. Or you can just text or super chat, either on YouTube or on Rumble. You can leave a super chat and say, Mike, but I disagree. I have a different way of looking at that. I have a question about that. I'm more than happy to answer it. And you can tell me, Mike, but I don't like that answer. Okay, you don't have to like it. You can tell me, Mike, I don't agree, and here's a reason why. Fantastic. That I want to hear. That I would love to have that conversation with you about. You can tell me you don't like it. I don't care. I don't care. Because I'm not telling you about whether I like it or not. I'm telling you what happens. I'm talking about the consequences. I'm talking about reality, facts, and conclusions that we can logically make. I'm not telling you that I feel good or bad about it because I don't care. It doesn't matter. You don't care what my feelings are. That's okay. You don't have to. You have your own feelings. I have mine. There's no reason why you should be forced to have my feelings on an issue. And at the same time, there's absolutely no reason why I should be forced to have your feelings. We're individuals. We have agency. We're separate. We don't have to have each other's feelings. We can have whatever feeling we want. But let's talk about the facts and the consequences because that is something that's far more important. Let me move forward. So I talked a little bit about that. Joel says, the fair tax is not a flat tax. The tax rate increases as you spend more. Well, then I stand corrected. As I understood the fair tax program, as I understood it, perhaps I'm misremembering the details of it. That is possible. It happens. I deal with a lot of issues. Or maybe it's a different policy than I remember. But Joel says the tax rate increases as you spend more. It's a consumption tax. A consumption tax is just as bad as a flat tax. That's a VAT. That's called a VAT, value added tax. It exists in Europe as we speak. You can ask anyone in Europe what they think of VAT. You can ask the United Kingdom if they think a VAT tax, VAT, value added tax, if that's beneficial. It isn't. Again, it is more punishing to poor people who buy goods more often than those who are richer. It's the same problem as having a flat tax. Poor people are going to be disproportionately more punished than people who are richer. But let me go on with the comment. A prebate every taxpayer gets pays the tax amount the poverty level of spending taxes you. A prebate every taxpayer gets. So that's like the UBI. So essentially, it's not. So as you're describing the fair tax, which I am kind of remembering, it is a different policy than the flat tax I was talking about. But the fair tax, because I think I was confusing the fair tax and flat tax, and I stand corrected, Joel, you're correct. I was talking about flat tax. Now, looking at the fair tax, a tax based on spending, consumption, which we see in the world right now. It's called a value-added tax. It is based on consumption. That is also less beneficial. Let's just assume that it's based on consumption. Forget the VAT tax. The more you buy, the more tax you pay. And so if I buy one thing a month, I pay 20, let's say you're rich, and you pay 25% when you buy item X, but you only buy item X once a month. You can buy it in bulk and you buy it once a month and you pay 25%. But poor people, Well, they don't have enough money to buy it in bulk, and they can only buy it once. And yes, they're going to pay less tax because they're poor. Let's say they pay 10%, but they're paying 10% once a week. That's 40%. That's 4 times they're paying 10% on less money. It's more expensive to them than it is to those who are richer. The prebate is basically a UBI. Unless I misunderstand it, it's again a UBI. It's a basic income. We're paying for poor people. It's the same aspect. It's a UBI. As long as there's money coming in, UBI kind of sort of works, but it doesn't because it's not beneficial. It will never raise anyone out of poverty. UBI does not work. And you got to also count into this the inflationary impact of this. When you have a UBI where people are paying in, you're spending money that you don't have, then it's going to increase the amount of inflation, which is also negative towards poor people. One of these days, remind me, Joel, I will do an in-depth discussion. I think I've done it before. I remember I've talked about universal basic income in detail. And I have several videos on that, and people can go on YouTube or Rumble, and you can search the universal basic income and see several videos I did on that in detail, which I'm remembering it now, but I've done the research on it. I have the videos and links and articles on that. So that's more specific what I believe on it. And this is just me remembering it this moment. But remind me, Joel, send me a text or something, and I will do a show at some point about the fair tax and the UBI and, taxes in general. And I'll cover that in more detail to make sure that I'm getting everything as well remembered as I remember it. But I don't find those systems to be more beneficial than what we have right now. It also depends on, the minor details. How much tax, what kind of tax, how is it distributed? I need to do a show on it. Joel, remind me. I'll be happy to do a show on it. Okay? Moving forward. I also wanted to talk about Iran. More specifically, we are seeing that Iran, according to Reuters, just before the show, said that they are planning to increase and escalate the conflict in the Middle East. Going back and forth. The one thing we know that is an absolute, Iran attacked Israel physically for the first time. They initiated the attack against Israel. Israel responded. Iran attacked, and Israel responded. That is the fact. Now, throughout going to October 7th, 2023, leaving out Hezbollah, the Houthis, and Hamas, leaving them out of the conversation, Iran and Israel never attacked Iran. They did attack individuals inside Iran, which is not the same thing. Attacking and assassinating a combatant of a terrorist organization in that country isn't attacking. They did not attack Iran. They attacked a terrorist in Iran. Big difference. They didn't try and change the government of Israel. They didn't destroy any of the buildings of Iran. They didn't attack the buildings of Iran. They didn't attack the infrastructure of Iran. They didn't attack the government of Iran. They attacked a terrorist who happened to be in Iran, on Iranian soil. Let's be explicit. It wasn't even in Iran. It was an attack on an embassy, which is Iranian soil. Fine. So they didn't attack Iran. They attacked a terrorist. Iran took that as an attack on their nation. That was their own decision. Had nothing to do with Israel. And in fact, it's just them, Iran, showboating and trying to maintain its power over its puppets, Hezbollah, Houthis, and Hamas. And so they escalated. And Israel responded. Now, you would have thought it would have ended. We had Iran attacks, Israel responds. That was in April. More recently, I think it was September, Iran attacks, and now Israel responded. We saw that Iran sent 100, actually it was October 26th. It wasn't September, it was October. October 26th, we saw that Israel responded to the 200 missiles fired by Iran into Israel. Okay, so again, attack, end. You would think it's over. Tit for tat. Done. Iran attacked, Israel responded, all done. And then Iran says, nope, but we're going to keep going. They're escalating the problem, which is going to increase the Middle East, the disruption, the fighting, the temperature, the hostilities in the Middle East are all escalating. Now, I think that that is being done. I don't even know what that was. I think that is happening because of, again, the Biden-Harris administration. They're weak. And we're seeing that all of the hostile nations in the world, they're acting right now. They have a month and a half approximately to try and stake out their positions before the Trump administration comes in. Trump, who has a plan, Trump, who has the strength and willingness to take actions that Joe Biden would never take, to take actions that Kamala Harris would never take. So we see this often. This is like the end of any war, or anytime you see whether it's a ceasefire, a truce, an end of a war, the last day or two, you see a massive increase in fighting as each of the nations involved try to take that little bit of extra land. They try to take that little bit of extra whatever they can get. They all try to do this, to get as much as they can before it's all over. And that's what we're seeing right now. Iran is increasing its activities. They're trying to make their final push. They're trying to get Hezbollah and the Houthis and Hamas to make their final push in the Middle East to assert themselves as big, strong leaders, Iran, of the Middle East before they go and basically go into a slumber. And before that, they shut down everything during the 4 years of Donald Trump. They know they're about to get really, really quiet, that the amount of terrorism in the world is going to decrease. And they know that. So they need to take all the actions now so that everyone remembers how badass Iran is until the next time Iran feels safe enough that they can do it. See, under Barack Obama and Joe Biden, the Obama-Biden administration, we had then Secretary of State John Kerry. He admitted the Iran nuclear deal increased the amount of global terror in the world, that the United States, under the Iran nuclear deal, was funding global terrorism. See his interview on CNBC. It was January 16th of 2016, if I remember it correctly, and I think I do. January of 2016 for sure. And he admitted that the Iran nuclear deal was going to pay for global terrorism. And he was right. Global terrorism directly increased after the Iran nuclear deal because the United States was paying for it. And then came the Trump administration, and Trump started putting sanctions on Iran, many of them. He started to be more aggressive about terrorism around the world. And Iran, which couldn't pay for the terrorism anymore, got more quiet. The Houthis were listed as terrorists, as they rightly should be and are, and they got all of their funding that they were getting from the United States, from the the Obama-Biden administration. That was cut off. Same thing for Hezbollah, same thing for Hamas. They had reduced or cut off all of their outside funding from the United States. They got more sanctions and they got quiet. They couldn't afford the missiles, the rockets, the tanks, the soldiers that they had been using to commit acts of terror around the world and against Israel and the United States in particular. In comes the then we see the increase, or the in comes the Biden-Harris administration, and what do we see happen there? Well, Biden immediately decides that the Houthis aren't terrorists; they're just, a bunch of neat people, and he ends the sanctions against them, starts giving them humanitarian aid. They use that to buy missiles and rockets, which they're using right now in the Red Sea, to have a war against the United States and our allies in the Red Sea. Something that is not declared a war because it would look bad for Democrats, but it is a war. We're fighting a naval battle, and it's at a stalemate, and we're not moving forward. And it is affecting the commerce for the world. It is affecting food being distributed around the world because of it. We see that the Hezbollah is attacking Israel because of the increase in funding coming from Iran, which, due to the sanctions being removed by the Biden-Harris administration, allows them to go in and have more money for Hezbollah and able to give them more rockets and more fuel and more support. Same thing for Hamas. This is how this is all interconnected. Biden is not helping. Biden is not helping at all. This is a bad thing. Give me 1 second here. I don't know. Got something in my eye. And I got Chrome that's acting up. I don't know. Are you people noticing that Chrome, now that Google is a monopoly. U.S. courts have found Google is a monopoly. They have violated monopoly laws in the United States. And so Google, as a reaction, one of the things they're looking to do is to sell off Chrome. And they hope that would then classify them as not a monopoly. They are still a monopoly, but that of course affects YouTube because Google owns YouTube. So they're going to try and sell off Chrome. And since they have made the announcement that they're intending or considering selling Chrome, I've noticed a lot of problems with Chrome. I don't know. Maybe it's me. Yeah, Joel. Around the 16th would be fine. Closer to April 15th, whenever. Just remind me, and I'll be happy to do the show. Yes, folks, I do listen and interact with you. I do pay attention to your ideas, and I'm more than happy to talk about issues that you think are important in more detail whenever it's relevant, because I actually care. And I know mainstream news media is not going to cover these things in detail. They don't want you to think. They just want you to respond. So that's why I'm explaining why we're seeing the increased tensions with Iran, why we're seeing more tensions with the terrorist nations, terrorist organizations, such as the Houthis, the Hamas, and Hezbollah. Why we're seeing that Russia is reaching out to Trump to say that they're willing to make a ceasefire. They're willing to do it, but, Biden, he keeps trying to escalate the problem and guarantee a 10-year war to continue. That's not good news. And we're seeing that around the world, China, North Korea, they're all reacting to this change that's going to be happening near term. One of the other things that's international, but it's kind of domestic, and I did want to address this as well, is that coming up is immigration. Illegal immigration in the United States is about to change dramatically. Dramatically. The border is going to close. Whether it's a declared statement of the border being closed or if it's an implicit one. We know the ideology that says that there are no borders and that the border is open. That's the Democratic progressive ideology of the Biden-Harris administration, of many of the Democrats right now. They have if not directly, they imply that they have an open border policy. That's New York State. Governor Hochul has been very clear about that. Gavin Newsom has been clear about that. We've seen many of the progressives, including Kamala Harris, say they want an open border. In fact, Kamala Harris said And in her campaign for the presidency, she, in an interview with ABC News out of Philadelphia, she directly told the public that the open border is part of a plan to have a path to citizenship for these illegal aliens, which would swell the numbers of Democrats and therefore maintain Democrat control over the United States government for decades. She admitted this. We showed you the video. We showed you her interview with ABC News Philadelphia when she said this. We've gone over this with you factually, directly, pointing it out. So we know, and the world knows, that Donald Trump, conservatives, MAGA, making America great again, an American first policy, does not agree with an open border. It does not agree with a path to citizenship, for those who have been, for those criminals who have broken the United States law. And I don't just mean the vile and dangerous individuals like the murderer of Laken Riley, an illegal alien who entered the United States and was hunting for women and found Laken Riley and killed this young woman. I'm not talking about criminals like that. I'm not just talking about the Venezuelan gangs in Colorado that are taking over apartments. I'm not talking about just that. I'm talking about every single illegal alien, everyone who entered the United States without authorization is a criminal by law. They broke the law. They entered without authorization, without request, without documentation. So you want to call them undocumented, you want to call them a migrant, you can call them a lot of things, but they are, by law, correctly stated illegal aliens. And knowing that conservatives, Republicans, make America great again, and America First policies, and Donald Trump all agree the border is a reality. It does exist. It does need to be controlled and closed, and that the illegal aliens that entered America will not get a path to citizenship because they violated our laws, thus invalidating their opportunity, their qualification to be citizens. They know this. So they're trying to get in under the radar as fast as they can. The goal is, again, just like we saw around the world overseas, the answer is you have to do something before Trump takes over, before a strong president enforces the law that actually exists. They have to get on American soil as soon as possible, because if they're on American soil and they're able to lay low in the shadows as second-class citizens, if they are part of that criminal element or any part of that criminal conspiracy, then they will be able to hold out until another weak president, and especially a Democrat who believes in open borders and a path to citizenship. If they get to just stick around long enough, they get included. In the meantime, being in America, to be poor in America is better than to be in their home countries. They know this. It is worth it for them to be second-class citizens, to be in the shadows, to slave labor. It is better in America than living anywhere else in the world. That's a fact. To be, matter of fact, what is it? What is it? There's a thing. I believe I have, there's a calculator. Let's see. I believe there is a chart that says how rich, if you have 16,000, no, not U.S., but there's a chart, there's a thing. How rich is $16,000? I'm trying to find, I don't see it at the moment, but There is a a calculator that would tell you that having having just $12,000 in the United States is considered richer or rich in 60% of the world. You are richer than 60% of the world to be in abject poverty in the United States. Abject poverty is richer than 60% of the rest of the world. People will continue to come to America. That's why illegal aliens are more than happy to come. And that's why they're currently racing to get into America. There is a race right now from Tapachula, Mexico, to get into the United States before Donald Trump takes over. They're racing right now. There's a caravan, 1,500 migrants that are coming from mainly Central and South America, but don't be fooled by that. They are also made up of Africans. They are also made up of Asians, individuals from Southeast Asia, people from India. There are multiple countries here. Most of them are from Central and Southern America, the continent. Why? It's easier. It's easier if you're in Peru or Venezuela or Chile. It's easier to get into the United States than if you're in Angola or you're in Chad or Niger or any of the other African sub-Saharan continent, or you're in Southeast Asia like Laos. It's harder to get from Laos to get into America or to Mexico to enter into America's southern border. So you would expect more people from Central and South America. True. But do not think that that is the only group of people who are part of these migrant caravans. That would be foolish. That's how the media wants you to think. They don't want you to recognize that many of these caravans are from Africa. Many of them are from Central America. Central Asia, and many of them are Chinese individuals who are coming into America as well. But we do know that they are coming in, and many of them, they're going from Guatemala. This most recent group of migrants are 1,500 individuals. They're near Guatemala, and they're coming into the United States. And they're coming in because they want to be here before January 20th inauguration. They know it's difficult. Even as they talk to a migrant, an illegal alien, or a migrant, someone who wants to become an illegal alien from Venezuela, and they said, that's why we're going, in hopes of getting an appointment quicker so we're able to cross the border before he takes easier, because it will be easier. They know it's going to be harder. They know they won't be able to get in under the same numbers. And I would imagine they are also aware that under the Trump administration, it is less likely that you're going to see $60,000 spent on housing for each illegal alien. That's per alien, not per family. $60,000 just to give them a room in a 3-star hotel. That they're going to get credit cards for $13,000 so that they can eat lunch. These are things that are being given to them in New York City, Boston, Chicago, LA. We're seeing this across the country in all the bluer than blue states. They're getting $60, $70, almost $80,000 a year paid for by taxpayers for illegal aliens to live in America. But that's subsidized by the federal government. That's money that is going from the federal government to the state government to those cities. But if you have, and that's because, again, Democrats, progressives, want open borders. But if you have a president who wants to close the border, who doesn't believe in having these open border policies, this open immigration policy, and is closing down the border, well, that money isn't going to be available from the federal government to sanctuary states that are breaking the existing law. They're not going to get that money, and therefore that government, that state government, isn't going to have the money to give to the cities who are already going bankrupt. New York is spending $5 billion a year on illegal aliens. New York State is broke. They don't have the money to spend. They don't have $5 billion for anything, let alone illegal aliens. And thus we've seen the second the election came, New York City's been scaling down. They're starting to kick illegal aliens out of hotels. Why? They don't have the money, and the Trump administration won't fund them. They won't give them money. They know this. And so they have to cut back. They know that $5 billion under the Trump administration could cost $7.5 billion, and they're going to have to pay for it all themselves. There is no money coming from Papa Trump to take care of it. In fact, one of the reasons Eric Adams has been investigated, and he has a lot of problems, but he's the mayor of New York, and one of the reasons that practical progressive is being investigated is he wouldn't shut up about illegal aliens costing $5 billion in New York City every year, and that he needed more federal money. And he wasn't going to get that federal money. Biden didn't care, wasn't going to give New York City $5 billion for the illegal aliens. Mind you, they wouldn't close the border, but they needed the money. And you know Trump is going to say, I won't give you anything either. You're not going to get any federal funding. You're a sanctuary city in a sanctuary state. You're going to have to figure it out on your own. You're breaking the law. You don't get federal funding. And under that threat, which let's be clear, it's not a threat. It's the law. It's just following the law. You're going to hear from MSNBC, CNN. They're already saying it. You're going to hear it from ABC, CBS. You're going to hear it from the Huffington Post. You're going to hear the left. They're like, oh my God, Trump is threatening these states. He's going to cut off the funding from these states. He's such a megalomaniac. He's such a vile individual. Let's remember something. California, New York, Wisconsin, Illinois, Massachusetts, they're breaking the law. They're all breaking the law, not only the cities, but the states. There is no separate sanctuary state law. It doesn't exist. There is federal immigration law. That exists. And that is the law of the land. And sanctuary cities, sanctuary states break the law. Why is any government, it is absolutely reasonable for the federal government to say, if you're breaking the law, the punishment, just like an individual gets punished for breaking the law, so do cities, so do states. If you're breaking the law, and they are, then you're not getting more money. Why would we fund you, any state, any city, to break the law? Why are we going to give you money? So that you can then be a criminal. It's like California. They pay criminals to not break the law. Well, that's illegal. That's coercion. It's bribery. It's still breaking the law. You just changed the way that the law is being broken, but the law is still being broken and it's expensive. You still have the same cost. It's just that the cost is coming from the federal government instead of happening to individuals. Same thing when we look at illegal immigration. So New York State knows they're going to get cut off. New York City knows they're going to get cut off. So they're starting to reduce the number of illegal aliens that they have to spend money on already. And the illegal aliens know, oh, they're cutting back. New York's cutting back on all the services. Chicago, Boston, LA, California, they're starting to cut back. Get in now while the getting is good. It has been good for 4 years. You can show up and you'll get a 4-star hotel. You'll get $60,000 in room and board and food, and you'll get money for spending on anything that you want just for being in America. Just to be in America, you had 4 years of luxury vacation life. And when I say luxury vacation life, compare living in a 3-star New York City hotel with food and maids. You got maid service, you got food, all of the things, your heating, your electricity, already all paid for. You can live there, or you can live in your And these people, they come from their countries, they're living in shacks. Cardboard or metal, thin sheet metal shacks. Shanty towns. That's what they call them. You can live there with a dirt floor, or you could live in a New York City 3-star hotel. Which one's a better life? Which one's going to be more comfortable, more shelter? Which one's going to be able to feed you better, let your kids go to school better? Which one? The kids are going to school in a bunch of shacks, of little corrugated metal rooms, and they're being taught to read through sunlight. That's it. There's no electricity. This is a reality throughout the world, and people are coming to America because those same people with those same kids, that kid will be put into a U.S. school which has electricity and heating and air conditioning. It has computers and books, and they have teachers who will learn their language to teach that kid how to read and write, to give that kid a better life. Which one do you want for your kid? That dirt room? Or do you want them to be in the U.S. school? So I understand why the illegal aliens are doing this, and I understand why there's 1,500 of them that are traveling 1,100 miles on foot to get into America as fast as possible. I'm just a little concerned. Because what if they don't make it? These are all things that are happening on the political side. Oh, was I not showing you the article, folks, by the way? This is from the Voice of America, 1500. This came out on November 20th. In case I didn't show you this, I thought I did have the screen up. I apologize if I didn't, but this is the link. And this is the migrant from Venezuela. This is her conversation. This is a little bit of an image of the caravan of 1,500 people that are coming to America near term, if I didn't show you that. We have a lot going on. Has anyone bothered to take the time to have this conversation with you? Besides me. Besides this channel, who else is taking the time to go over how we're going to see America change in terms of its politics, in terms of its policy, that's affecting the international, that affects the United States in terms of our safety? I didn't even mention, by closing the American border, under the Trump administration, there were 13. This is a fact. This is recorded by the federal government itself. The Customs Border Patrol said itself, in the 4 years under the Trump administration, 13 known or suspected 13 known or suspected terrorists entered the United States. 13 in 4 years. That's a fact. 13. Under the Biden administration, in about 3 years, we had 378 known or suspected terrorists. That is a 3,400% increase in the number of known or suspected terrorists. Think about that. 3,400% increase in the number of known or suspected terrorists. And it only takes one of them to create a Boulder, Colorado shooting. It only takes one of them to have the Fort Hood shooting. It only takes one of them to drive through, like in Las Vegas, to drive into a crowd. It only takes one of them to crash a plane. 378. We know that there were at least 8 terrorists who were from Tajikistan. There were members of ISIS that were in California for an entire year, living in hotels, getting stipends for their food, and planning what? What kind of terror activities might they have been planning and organizing for the entire year they were allowed to be in America because of the open border policies of the Biden-Harris administration? It's not like they weren't terrorists. They were terrorists. We did determine they were terrorists. They were let in through the southern border by the Biden-Harris administration. Oh, they keep I know the news media wants to say, oh, but they're all from South America, Central America. No, these were terrorists from Tajikistan, which most people can't even figure out where that is on a map. It's over part of what we think of as Russia. It's from there, just above Turkey. And they came over. That tells you a lot. Now, I'm taking the time to talk about these things because you need to understand the context of them. You need to understand what is happening to us, how it's all interrelated, and how it's going to affect you. Because if we don't understand that, everything falls apart. And then we all lose. And we can't improve our nation if we don't understand what's happening in our nation. If we don't know what's happening in the reality, not the slogans, not the ads, not the promises that we get every year, year after year by both parties, and we get these empty promises and we never get a result. No, we need to understand what is really going on honestly and have an honest conversation about how we can improve that if we want it to improve at all. And we have to understand that there is corruption built upon the status quo that we have been maintaining that we have to break through. We have to break through that status quo to get rid of the corruption, to have any chance at improving things. So this is how we are affecting the world. And this is how the world saying, oh, the status quo will end. Things are improving and they can be better. Let's get prepared. And that's what you're seeing around the world. And just like under the 45th, under Donald Trump's first term, the world became more stable, more peaceful, better economy. More people had jobs. More people lived better lives. The quality of life in the world was higher under the Trump administration than Barack Obama and then Biden. And that's what they're preparing for again. That's a good thing. Now, we always, for those who are new to the channel and don't know what we do, after about 2 hours, where we're at the 2-hour mark, believe it or not, folks, time goes fast. We take a quick break because it's time for me to take my little 13-year-old puppy. His name is Khan. And I'm going to take him, and I need to take him for a walk. You may hear him in the background. He'll start screaming any minute now. Oh, there he is. And I always take him for a little bit of a walk. And so we take about an hour. Yeah, it's 4:30 now, so we'll come back at 5:30. We'll come back at 5:30. We'll pick up where we left off. We'll talk about what's happening domestically. That means we're going to be talking about Joy Reid. We're going to be talking about Jussie Smollett. We're going to be talking about Bluesky. We're going to be talking about the MAPS. That's right, minor attracted persons. We're going to be talking about some of the changes we are going to be seeing in America affecting American people. And we're going to be talking about Thanksgiving and how the progressive movement, the insanity that has continued since the election, how it's going to affect whether or not you're going to have a Thanksgiving dinner. Literally, whether it's not you can have Thanksgiving dinner is being influenced by the Biden-Harris administration and progressive policies going forward. But we're going to talk about all of that at 5:30 when we get back. Now, until then, I will be playing my interview with a good friend of mine, Blaine Pardoe, and you'll be able to see that, and then we'll be back. Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. I'm happy to be here with you today as I'm speaking with a very good guest, someone who is, well, he's a friend. He's someone I've spoken with a lot, and you've probably heard a lot about him recently. You may have heard about him on Razor Fist. You may have heard about him recently on the Archcast. It is Blaine Lee Pardoe, and he's speaking with us today about, well, what's happening in the world right now. And Blaine, you're right here with us. Before I do anything else, I know you're a renowned writer for 37 years. I don't want to take away any thunder from you. Introduce yourself.
I'm Blaine Pardo. I've been on the New York Times bestseller list with my daughter for one of our true crime books. I've been on Amazon bestseller lists all over the place. I'm a writer of science fiction. I write true crime. I write political thrillers. I write military history. I've been a guest speaker at the United States Naval Academy twice. I have spoken at the U.S. National Archives, the Smithsonian, the U.S. Navy Museum. Writing is my passion, and I come at it from both a historian's perspective as well as a fiction writer's perspective. So,
now, I know one of the first things a lot of people who watch the show will say to me is, Mike, you never deal with entertainment. You, in fact, hate entertainment. Yes, but there's something much more important here. When we see that the politics is interrupting our entertainment, I've mentioned it many times, that's a problem. And when we see that the principles, the cancel culture is destroying lives, that's what we're talking about. And that's what we're going to be talking about here today, because that's why Razorfist, Archcast, and many others are talking about it. One of the things you left out, besides behind you, is one of your more recent books, Blue Dawn, which I definitely want to hear a little bit about in a moment. But you've written for 37 years for it's a game system called BattleTech. Now, giving away my age a little bit, I remember in my senior year of high school playing BattleTech. This is about in 1986. It's a game. It's basically big robots, lasers, and rockets.
Yep.
Okay. Some gamers out there like myself may be familiar with Mech Warrior 5. That's the BattleTech universe. Kind of similar to like 40K. It's a big realm. It's a niche market, but a lot of people know it. Sci-fi people know it. I think that's a pretty fair way of saying that, right, Blaine?
Oh yeah, it's been around since 1984, 1985. My first work on it was in 1985 on one of the very first books they put out as a supplement for it. So, yeah, I've been doing this for 37 years. I'm not going to be doing it anymore.
Right.
Catalyst informed me that going forward, they do not want to publish any of my work. I had 2 or 3 novels in flight at the time, and a number of short stories that were either completed and had already gone through edit or were done and awaiting edit. And they simply paid me for those and said, we're no longer going to be doing business with you going forward.
See, now, a lot of people hearing this will say, well, I don't understand why all these people are getting so excited about this. Why are they so interested in this? An author is not working with a company. That would be one thing. But the story, and part of the story that's left out, and I know you've talked a bit about it, and I hope this will be somewhat cathartic as well, is why they after 37 years, it's not that you aren't selling, that you don't have a fan base. It's not that you're still interested in it. It's because a convicted criminal had a bot account on Twitter and said, well, you're not woke enough. Is that a good way of summing that up?
Well, this person stalked me for a while online. I'd written an editorial. I've been writing editorials, by the way, since the 1990s. I wrote an editorial saying I was against Confederate statues being torn down. As a historian, I just felt that was wrong. I also felt that they were individual pieces of art, and that this wouldn't stop with the Confederate statues. And this was, by the way, way before 2020 when I wrote this editorial. And this person started labeling me a neo-Confederate. And I cut the person off. The person pretended online to be a female lesbian nurse who was in the middle of adopting 2 children, listed her where she went to college, etc. It was a very robust resume that was there. And my whole thing was, well, I'm not going to give you my social media platform to call me names and things along those lines. So I blocked the person. This person got upset over a tweet that I put out, and her and another person contacted my publisher to have my books pulled because they claimed I had inserted hidden Confederate messages in my novels. The publisher was Catalyst Game Labs. So you understand the background of all this. Catalyst is the licensee of BattleTech. It is owned by Topps, and Topps has recently been purchased by Fanatics. Topps is the baseball card company, which I think most people know.
Yeah.
And, they complained. Catalyst did a top to bottom review of a year's worth of my social media, as well as looked into the books to make sure I hadn't snuck in some hidden Beatles play the album backward kind of message about Confederacy, which obviously wasn't there. And I thought this was over. Then when I wrote Blue Dawn, which is, I will grant you, it is a conservative political thriller. It was designed as such. It's an alternate history book. Its target audience is conservatives. When I wrote that book, just the announcement of that book coming out triggered this person to threaten my life. And they did so on multiple occasions, reaching out to fellow authors, spreading those things, and sending some pretty nasty hashtags and some other stuff, threatening videos, showing Trump supporters being beaten and stuff. Law enforcement got involved. I got a protective order in place against this person. And, honestly, we found out it wasn't a 30 or 29-year-old lesbian who's adopting children. It was a 39-year-old guy living, with his father. His internet bills were being, sent to his grandfather or has grandfather's name on them. He had been fired from his job at a big box store for issuing terroristic threats. He pled guilty to that. He's banned at that store and any function that they have. They've opened what's called a black file on him, which is real interesting. So this was a repeat offender. It was a criminal that was doing this. My publisher was aware of it. And I told them, I said, when Blue Dawn does come out, I intend to reference this, in some of the articles that I will be writing about this as an example of woke culture. And the president of Catalyst said, hey, I'd do the exact same thing if I were you. So, it was amicable, and I thought, well, they understood. Well, this person continued to rally people against me. And the left works really weird this way, but they then, when my last BattleTech book came out in February, started complaining not to Catalyst alone, but reaching out to Topps and to Fanatics. Mm-hmm. And so when I got the call, it was, Fanatics has told me, this is what the president of Topps told, or president of Catalyst told me, I've gotten a call and it's from Fanatics and they told me to make this go away. So we're no longer going to publish any of your stuff going forward. And I said, well, wait a minute, where did this come from? And he said, well, it's because of this ongoing feud you have with this person. And I said, I'm not feuding. This person threatened my life and I'm merely telling people about it. That's all. And that became, it stirs up trouble every time you do anything, anytime you post anything, there's negative feedback, and this person's gotten a number of followers and they're complaining, and I'm just making this go away. He referenced some of my social media posts. He said some of those are inflammatory. He said the quote that he used is, "You're alienating half of my client base." And he said, no way. I know the sales numbers on the book that just went up. Sales are exactly what every standalone novel that I had done were selling at. And I said, and the ratings for the book were exactly the same as the other books I'd written. So I said, 4.8 out of 5 on Amazon is not bad. And so I said, when you say I'm alienating your client base, tell me what you mean. The sales don't show that. And he said, well, sales don't matter. So when I heard that, I realized, okay, this is more about my political leanings. I pointed out to him, I said, you've got a number of liberal authors that write for you, who post things online that are incredibly vile and insensitive. So I assume they're being let go as well. If you're doing this with me, you're doing it with them. And he's like, nope, you're the only person we're doing this with.
Okay, so let me step in because
sure,
there's so many things about this that just don't make any sense. I also want to make sure people understand. I've been talking with you at least once a week since I believe it was March, maybe February. So about 5-6 months now, I have had conversations with you on every topic that has been out in the media, hot button issues. People can see I've put out videos about some of them. And I can say that in 6 months, now when you get to speak to someone every week for hours at a time on every hot button issue, you find out pretty quick where that person is. You can't hide that. It's not like one conversation, maybe I heard this or I didn't. It comes out pretty clear. Blaine, I've heard you talk about everything. You are average American and you're rather nice about everything. I'm a hothead. I mean, people look at me and they go, oh my God, Mike's going off right now. And we've talked about we have some of the same ideas. We have some of the different ideas, but you've always been respectful. You've always been well thought out. You've always been someone who has a considered position and you stand by your point of view. I respect all of those things. I don't think anyone wouldn't respect those things.
Thank you.
And yet they're coming to you and trying to create this literally a mythical persona of some kind of, I don't know, right-wing monster that they want you to be. And your publisher, who knows you for 37 years, goes, oh, well, that's scary. That doesn't make any sense.
It didn't make sense to me either. And one of the things I told him was, you need to inform the fan base. I told him, I said, I don't want you to throw me under the bus, but you need to explain to the fans what you're doing. And I left that to him. And he assured me that would happen. It never did. It took 2 months for us to get payment straightened out. So I kept quiet during this whole period. When my next book came out in the Blue Dawn series, A Most Owed Civil War, back in June, when the Amazon always sends out those announcements, if you've purchased a book by this person before, here's the new book.
Yeah, the new
my former editor got that, and he sent an email to me and the president of Catalyst saying, I don't want this drivel associated with BattleTech. Now, bear in mind, the book wasn't even out. He hadn't read it. And this is a guy whose butt I have bailed out on so many occasions. With short.
You've made many books with him. How can you say that? Many successful books with him. It kind of blew my mind because what I was really being told was, we're not going to take the same action with our liberal writers who are writing things that are very offensive to conservatives. But you got to bear in mind, conservatives tend not to pick up the phone and call the corporate headquarters to complain. We just kind of roll our eyes and go forward. The left love this. So I gave it very serious thought and consideration. And I was like, this isn't fair to the fans. I've been writing this stuff for 37 years. I've done 20 plus novels and novellas. I've done 25 source books for BattleTech. I've actually been a very big advocate for BattleTech, and I still am, by the way. I will not say anything bad about BattleTech. No, and no one's asking you to.
And I won't. And I don't, people have been screaming, should we be boycotting this? And I'm like, you got to do what you want to do with your money. I'm not encouraging that either. It's not where that, if I wanted to inflict harm, I'd be the first person going, yeah, boycott them. I'm all for it. But I don't think boycotts really work. People say they're going to do it and then they don't. And, I don't want to be that guy. I'm not an activist at all. I'm just a guy that got targeted. And so I announced this last week, in American Greatness. I had an article posted on it. And we were in talks with a number of different media channels about where to go with it. And I've also had a piece come out in a different magazine as well on this recently. And, these are mainstream conservative sites. They're not crazy. But what the woke do with this, and I think this is what your listeners need to know, these guys have gone out and data mined everything I've ever written. Mm-hmm. So they went through my Twitter account, and I wrote 2 pieces about how I thought diversity and inclusiveness programs in corporate America were pure BS.
I agree.
They don't have a definable target. They don't have any tangible proof that what does a diversity program that they actually increase quality or reduce cost.
Right.
And they're they're literally in a corporation looking for someone to be offended so that they can move on and tackle that. And they're not effective because they use training as the primary change mechanism to drive their change. That's all the articles say. Right. It doesn't say anything about gays, transvestites, or anything else. They've used things like that and said, see, he's homophobic. He's a trans hater. So they take stuff like that and they label it and go that way. So on January 6th, I've written a column for American Thinker where I said, this isn't an insurrection. There's no scenario here. Nobody's been charged with insurrection. And there's no scenario where Donald Trump was going to walk out at the end of the week as president, No. And so the argument it's an insurrection is stupid. Was it a mass trespassing event? Absolutely. We could argue all that all day. They turned that around and said, see, he's a seditionist. He's an insurrectionist. I questioned whether the last election, whether there were shenanigans. That's a word I used, by the way, shenanigans. Was the last election really valid? I don't know. And I put it that way. That was labeled as, see, he's a Trump supporter. He supports the big lie. He's an alt-right Nazi. So they take your little innocent comments completely out of context, I might add.
I don't get this, Blaine. Why is it that whenever you, me, there's many of us out there, when we ever say, I have a question about whatever they're feeling at that given moment, I have a question. The next thing I hear back is, you're a racist, you're a sexist, you're an ist, you're a phobe, you're a demon, and you are the problem. Wait a minute. I asked a question. If you're so bloody confident that you got the right answer, why can't you answer my question? I mean, that should be simple, right? Because when they come to me and they go, Mike, you've got to answer this. Well, I have an answer. I don't like that answer. I didn't tell you would. No, well, that's not good enough. Well, it is good enough. That's my answer. No, that means you must be an ist and a phobe. Prove it.
The part that was hateful, and I probably shouldn't share it, but I do want to say it. My son's gay, and I completely support him and have his entire life. And so for them to come out and say I'm anti-gay or anti-trans, I have actual experience in that community through my son. I don't have any issues there, but they don't really care. And what's been really interesting is since I made this announcement, obviously the fan community got upset. Mm-hmm. And that wasn't really my intent. My intent was, look, you guys keep asking me when books are coming out. I don't know because they've been canceled, so they're not coming. The fans got upset, and it's interesting. They one of the fans put up a poll on Twitter going, "Do you support Catalyst's decision?" Well, somebody, and I'm not going to say who because I don't know for sure, we're out buying bot votes. So at one point I'm up by 56% to 10% or something. And then in 30 seconds, 3,000 votes dumped in.
Out of nowhere.
And they were all one way. And, I'm like, you guys are literally making the case for me.
Wait a minute.
My points are right.
You got to add in, this is on a Twitter feed that's got a couple of hundred followers.
Right.
And suddenly 3,000 brand new people who've never been involved suddenly decided to vote on this.
Right. And so they took it down, they ran it again, and somebody went out and bought more. So the guys put it up on YouTube now. And I haven't looked at it today, but I was it was like 80% or 85% of the fans were against what had been done with me. It's amazing. And what's funny about this, not funny, pathetic and sick is what I'm going to say.
Yeah.
They've won because I'm not writing ballots. So the left has won.
Yeah, from
Have
their
not stopped their attacks. As a matter of fact, they've now escalated them, and they're going after other fans who think it's a bad call. And so they always have to have a target. And it's a lot like I was telling my wife, I feel a little bit like Trump must. Okay, I'm not in office. You're still going after me. It's like they have to validate what they've done. They have to go, everybody needs to be on my side on this issue. And if you're not, you're part of the blame problem. And it's really, I think it's detrimental to the hobby as a whole. And I don't think it's helping creativity, because to me, this is censorship at the source. I get it.
It is absolutely censorship. And it's bad for everyone, because it means one of the big things I hate is not allowing people to think. It's like Grammarly. I hate Grammarly. Why? Because it's a program thinking for you. You're not thinking, it's giving you words. I don't like I don't like restrictions on speech. C16 in Canada, Jordan Peterson's spoken a lot about that. You have the words you can't say because of whatever reason. I don't agree with that. That limits thought. That limits the ability of someone to make a choice. And in every medium that we see that, it is always for the negative. It never helps anyone. It always grows, because you can never satisfy these people. They'll just pick another person. They'll just continue to attack. It never ends.
I told that to the president again. So we were talking. I said, you are literally putting them in charge of your publishing department. Because once they know they've won, they will do this now on any subject. If you put out a book that they feel doesn't have enough transgenders in it, or gays, or other woke themes baked into the novel, that author is going to be the target of their next wrath, because they got away with it. And I said, you're literally turning this over to them. And they're going to turn everything into Mary Sue Ray out of Star Wars and all of their books, because that's what they want. It's like, you've got to do that. And, and probably the next time, instead of Finn being just black and comedic, he's going to be black, comedic, and gay, most likely. I mean, that's what they're going to turn their characters into. Well, and I'm all in favor of having trans characters or gay characters, as long as it makes sense for the character. As long as it's, as a writer, I go, how is this fundamental to the actual character, and what does this do for their arc? When you just do it for the sake of doing it, I don't think it adds anything to the creative process at all. It just looks like what you're doing is virtue signaling.
Well, yeah, but
I've got 3 trans characters in this book, and I don't play that game. I'm not that guy. I'm not going to sit around virtue signal this stuff. But it's been amazing, because here they've won the battle. You took me out. Congratulations. 85% of the fans hate the fact that it was done, and now they're just waging war amongst themselves, going, well, you guys need to understand how evil Blade really was. The fact that you sit around data mining my stuff and trying to put a spin to it is amazing. It literally tells me that you are sitting in your parents' basement with your pants around your ankles on the internet all day. And my applause to you for trying to take me out. But you're only hurting the rest of the fan community, and you're making this a toxic event. I had one person today go, you're just doing this to sell books. Well, if I was going to do that, I would have released the story on June 29th when my new book dropped. The reality is I got 6 books or 7 books that are going to be released this year. Having said that, at any point in time, I always have a book out.
Yeah.
That and you're telling me if I'm writing conservative thrillers, I shouldn't at least mention them during all this? Well, you're just a moron. I'm going to do that because I've been told I'm no longer going to have a revenue stream from Battletech. So I'm going to do whatever I have to do to maintain my level of sanity. And if I decide to promote, well, I'm going to promote. But it isn't about that. And what this is about is censorship at the source.
Yeah.
We're not going to have conservatives doing writing. Now, bear in mind, my politics don't reflect in the book.
Well, I want to mention something to people because I know personally, by the way, and people are wondering how important you are to Battletech, by the way. I love Razor Fist. He mentioned a quote. I think it may have come from you did a live stream with him yesterday. I do advise people to look at it. He called you the George Lucas of Battletech, which I thought.
I think he was exaggerating a little bit. But.
Maybe. But I personally know that literally, as I said, we have been on roundtables. We have spoken about many, many subjects for 5-6 months in a row. And I cannot name one time where you ever mentioned Battletech. Literally until this weekend, when I heard this news and I looked back, that was the first time I found out that someone I've been speaking with for months I knew you were a writer and I knew about Blue Dawn. I did not know about the Battletech, and I just thought you're a political writer. So I wasn't really even thinking about it. So for them to say that you're bringing politics, I'm like, when? It's never happened.
No, it hasn't. And it was interesting today. I did get a call from Catalyst yesterday. The president called me, and I took the call, which there was a lot of debate about that while the phone was ringing. And he apologized for the editor, saying my work was drivel, which was nice. I still haven't heard from the editor. I doubt I will. Today, he put out a statement and something along the lines of Blinken wasn't canceled. We just released one of his old novels this weekend. It just dropped. They've reprinted one of my books. So they're like, see, he's not canceled. We're just not going to do anything with him going forward. So again, now back to the subject you and I talked about just yesterday, they're redefining what canceled is.
Oh, yeah.
So we're going to play with the definitions a little bit, but I'm not going to react to his statement other than to say, I have a transcript of what was said because I transcribed my notes, typed them up because I knew there was going to be points of contention. I haven't made all of those public. If I have to, I will, to defend myself. I don't want to have to do that. I'm hoping that they can find a reconciliation amongst themselves for this. The fans keep asking, are you willing to go back? And I'm like, I've kind of been stabbed in the back. There's a real trust issue here. I don't personally see a scenario where I can go back into that culture because I don't know if I can work with these people and trust them. And I don't think they want me back either at this point.
Well, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to come right back. And then I'm going to ask a question about that subject, about what's the future and how that entertains. Okay. So, Blaine, you just mentioned the future. People are saying, will you go back? Now, I find it interesting because we're seeing right now that they're redefining what cancel is. And they're doing the rounds, by the way, for my audience that know. They're going out, they've gone to Happy Gamer, they've gone to PC Gamer to suddenly put out articles, brand new articles. Battletech hasn't done anything since 2018, and it's still a great game in 2022. All the articles came out literally 4 days ago. They literally have, so they're trying to support their public image. Because I think someone, either at Fanatics Incorporated or at Catalyst Lab Games, has realized this may not have been the best idea we've ever had. And so I have to think that they're considering
we may want to try and go back, because if I remember correctly, when Razorfist was speaking to you, they came to you and said, hey, how about some pro bono work? Help us with BattleTech. Am I right?
Yeah, it surprised me, and it came from Randall Mills, who I really have a ton of respect for as a person. And he works at Catalyst, and he reached out to me and said, we're doing a coffee table book about BattleTech, and we're getting quotes from people who are major contributors for it, and we want a quote from you. And I said, Randall, if it was anybody else, I would have gone off the rails on this. But I said, do you really want a quote from me? You just told me 6 weeks ago that I was banned from BattleTech going forward. And now you're asking me to write you a piece that will help you sell product by talking about what a great universe it is. And it is a great universe. I have no problem with that, but I have a problem with you asking me to write something when you just told me we don't want you to write for me. And he sent me back a nice response, but the meat of it was, but we're not going to pay you for it. So it's not a paid thing. And I'm like, so how is that making it better? And I was going to respond to it, and I let it go because I knew he hadn't intended it to be mean.
No.
It just came out that way. And, between that and the letter I got, or the email I got from John Helfers calling my work drivel, somebody who I really, John has called me up a few times, in the middle of the night going, can you help me with a project? I need something in 2 weeks. It's an emergency. To me, it just was disingenuous. And it just was kind of cold-hearted on their part. And I got the feeling that they were just very casual about what they had done. And that bothered me. And I talked it over with my wife. No, and I wrote Blue Dawn. My wife came right out and she said, this is probably going to cost you at some point, BattleTech. And I said, no. The fans will be able to tell the difference between my political ideology and fiction.
Different genres. Completely different genres. Yeah.
A fiction book. And, the free market system, I was like, the free market system will determine what's right, what's wrong. If they don't buy the book, they don't buy the book. I'm good with that. But she was right. She was 100% right. She's a very smart woman. And, it did cost me, but I have zero regrets about that. This all comes down to your values,
yes,
your ideals. And I offered to write under a pseudonym when he told me this. I said, you've got other authors who they use pen names. I'll just spin up a persona.
Yeah.
That has zero social media presence. You can publish my stories. No one will know who the author is. And at least my fans will get to read stuff. And at some point, maybe down the road, when this woke crap is gone, I can go, by the way, that was mine. And he said, nope, that's not good. That's
Wait a minute, it worked for Stephen King. Stephen King did that.
I know. It works for a lot of writers. There's a number of military science fiction writers that write under 3 or 4 pseudonyms. And I know them personally. So I'm like, it was weird. It was a strange situation. And, it was clear that there was no due process with this. It wasn't, let me present you what they've said online. Let's talk through it. It was, we've rendered judgment, or I've rendered judgment, and you're just not going to write for us anymore, and that's it. And, that's part of this whole cancel culture thing is there's no court, there's no, well, wait a minute. And some of the pieces that, by the way, they're saying I wrote, that, snippets online are not things I wrote. They're fake. They're completely made up.
That's not new for them. They do that a lot.
They do it a lot, but it's like, I haven't experienced it personally up to this point. And it was like, I looked at one and I was like, I don't even use those acronyms. It was something about AF, and I was like, I don't use the as F, that's not my nomenclature even, that I wrote that. But it's being used as a piece of propaganda again about what a terrible person I am.
See, they got to create their own little narratives. I've had, to an extent, I've had this happen. Like when I've been out, I've run for a couple of elected offices, and I've done speeches. at various colleges. And I've had them come up to me afterwards and they'll, well, you said, I'm like, okay, I have over 1,400 videos. I've been doing it for 15 years. I've written over 2,000 articles with 2 million words. Please show me the sentence where I've ever said anything like that. I've never said that in my life. And they go, well, no, but I'm sure it's you. It's like, it doesn't exist, guys, because they can't. I think it's their world view that when they're proven wrong and they know that they're wrong, they have to find something. They have to create something so that justifies why they're so vitriolic.
Well, you got to bear in mind this group that goes after you, they're on the internet constantly. So this is the only place they have validation. It's the only place they exist. In the real world, they probably don't contribute a heck of a lot to society. They probably have a menial job if they're employed at all. And they're literally people that don't, the only place that they have any presence is online. And this makes them feel powerful. It gives them some degree that I exist and I'm important because I can do things against other people. And it's really both sad and pathetic that this is what they're doing, because it's like, gee, most of these people have not had the balls that God gave a sand flea to ever reach out to me personally about any of this. But they feel that they're fully empowered to say and post nasty things about me online. And it's, I come from a generation where, we didn't like things or dislike things, thumbs up, thumbs down. We actually talked to people, said, I have a real problem with what you said, or did you realize the context of what you said if I take it out of context? And I even talked to the publisher about that at the time. He said, well, some of the things I've seen that people are circulating, these quotes, you take these out of context, they're very offensive. And I said, but you just said it. You just said out of context. And I said, I could go through a whole bunch of your stuff, pull it out of context, label it any offensive thing I want. And he goes, well, yeah, but that's how the internet works. And I'm like,
case in point.
Like, you're a publishing company. Context is everything.
Yeah. Isn't that the whole point? We're using words. They have meanings. This is your job. Like, it's the core of the job.
I know. It really blew my mind. And I'm sure that they will paint me as the great Satan, and I really don't care at this point. I know what I've done. It would take a lot for me to go back to Baltech. I'm never going to say never. I think that's wrong to kind of dig your heels in, but this is a question of trust, and my trust has been shattered. And I, how could I trust somebody that did this to me once if they won't turn around and do it again?
Well, I think it's also a matter of principles, and I have to applaud you. And as I said in my tweet to you when I found out about this, I'm looking forward to buying your next book. I'm also looking forward to being involved with the creative juggernaut, if that's still moving forward. Yes, I found out about it. I did some research. I know one of your next projects, and we'll talk about that in a second. But I want to be there to support you, because I think a lot of people, no matter what you may think about cancel culture, if you think it's a big deal, a little deal, you have to remember people are standing up for their principles, for what they believe, for free speech. And we have to recognize that and at least pay attention to it when it's happening. And I don't think enough people do, because the next time it's going to be me, or it's going to be someone that we know, or someone else down the line. It's happening. And we're seeing it, and everyone said, well, it's only Steven Crowder. It's one show. He's maybe a little edgy. Oh, it's Tim Pool, or it's, what's his name?
Tim Allen, Gina Carano. Yeah. I mean, there's a, Roseanne Barr. There's a whole list.
There's that whole list. And they're like, well, they're stars. They're bigger. They're bigger than life. It would never happen to average people or real people. It's like, no. And then I'm seeing it's happening I've seen it happen to other individuals. I'm seeing it happen to you. I've been threatened with it. Just this Sunday, I was doing my live stream. I had a guy who I think is a bot come on. He's like, Joe Biden's the greatest thing in the world. Okay, my answer was, why? Tell me why. Well, you just don't understand. Well, that's why I'm asking you why. Well, you're just hateful. What? You're racist. How am I racist? I haven't mentioned anything about race. Oh, you know what? You ain't black. Well, that is racist. He says, well, I'm going to report you for, and this is the line that gets me. After he says, I'm a racist, then tells me I'm not black. And then his next line to me, and this is during a live stream, so people are watching this all being typed out as I'm talking. And his next thing is, I'm going to report you as hate speech. I'm like, the only one who said anything hateful is you. How are you putting that on me? And this is where cancel culture, it grows from. If it isn't for the fact that I'm standing up there going, and I have witnesses and it's live, I'm like, people, are you watching this? This guy's going to try and report me, shut me down, because he called me a race, because he's using racial slurs against me, and therefore I'm a hate speech. That's why I think this is important to have this conversation with you, Blaine.
Oh, I appreciate that, and I'm sorry that you had to go through that as well. But I think any of us that speak out for any value that isn't left, we instantly get a target painted on us, and we know it. It's part of what we do. But it does it. I think one thing that was interesting when a fan reached out to me, they said, "Well, if you just kept your big mouth shut, none of this would have happened." And I said, I'm not going to sacrifice my First Amendment rights or my angst about issues so that you can get a story about stomping robots. This is, you want me to be quiet. If I kept quiet, then you could have got more stories from me. Then you're telling me I have to be silenced. I have to smother what I feel. And the reality of the situation is that Callus is going to have to wrap its hands around, and other companies as well, as if I had been posting things that said I'm against Roe v. Wade being overturned, if I had said we need to stack the Supreme Court, gosh darn it, we need the Green New Deal, this is crazy. If I had said all the Republicans in Congress were behind this seditious act of trying to overthrow the government, if I had posted that stuff, I would actually still be employed.
Which is scary. That's scary.
Because these are some of the things, by the way, and I'm taking them very lightly compared to some of the things that these other authors and artists that they're retaining, that's what they're saying. And so they're saying things like Republicans should all roast in hell.
I know.
And that's a quote from one of them. And I'm like, but so if I posted that stuff, I would still be working here. But Catalyst is going, this isn't political at all. And I'm like, it is 100% political.
How could it not be?
You could say that, but you only said that I was the only person who had their relationship severed. That being the case, you clearly are picking a side in this fight, which is, as a publisher, a huge mistake. Unless that's your overall strategy. It's, hey, we're only going to market to the left. If that's the new strategy, well, then they have hit a home run. But I don't think it's going to be a home run with the fans.
No.
That's going to be a challenge. So
and we've seen that with Kenobi. We've seen that with Disney Star Wars. We're seeing with the MCU. We've seen it with every one of these products that are saying, oh, we're going to bend the knee. We're going to silence any voice of question or difference or opposition. And we're just going to do the woke thing. And they have all failed every single time. Fans just walk away and say, okay, well, like for myself, I stopped. It was episode 8, The Last Jedi. I stopped at 5 minutes into that movie. I have not touched anything Star Wars. We're about the same age, and I've been a fan for Star Wars since it came out in theaters when everyone was wrapping around the blocks to watch it. I've loved Star Wars, and now I don't care. It's like, oh, I don't care. I'm not going to watch it. I gave up on them. They left me. Why am I going to give them my money? Same thing with the latest phase 4 of Marvel. It was great up until Endgame, well, minus Ms. Marvel. And now I'm like, there's nothing in there that makes me want to be there. When are these companies, and we've seen this with every industry this has happened in. I don't understand how they don't get that this is dividing America and making people less, you're having less fans, less loyalty to your brand, more division in the country. We're just dividing people on so many levels, and that's not good for anyone anywhere.
It's not. And it's not that as if I'm a liberal writer or conservative writer, I'm inserting my ideals in books. I'm not doing that. I'm just telling good stories about great characters. That's my shtick.
You know what? Even if you were and you're doing it well, because that's what a writer has, that ability. You're more fair and clear to put in anything you want in a book if it's a good book. I could care less.
And what I've found, it's been very interesting since this all started. I've had 3 different publishers reach out to me and say, let's have a talk. Good. And because we have conservative people that are writing for us, and we really don't care about what your politics are or what your politics aren't. We just want the talent.
Yeah, and let that come through. Yeah.
And I'm like, so these guys are actual publishers, that are substantive. And I'm sitting here going, these guys seem to have their stuff together. It's amazing to me that these other places are kowtowing or bending the knee to a handful of people in many cases. I even asked the president of Callis, I said, how do you know that these complaints? And at the time, he showed me that there were 5 complaints.
Oh, boy, wow.
There were probably more. But his logic, I'm sure, was if I'm seeing 5, that means there's 1,000. I don't know. But I said, how do you know this isn't like 2 people with a bunch of sock accounts?
Right.
Because their messages are all cut and paste. So it may just be one guy sitting in his basement firing off 5 accounts. We don't know. And he goes, well, it doesn't matter. And I'm like, well, it kind of does. It actually kind of, like, if you're going to put me on trial and you're going to pass judgment, this is kind of a kangaroo court situation. You've already determined I'm guilty. You've applied the sentence. And now you're asking me, how do I feel about it? And I was very professional. I left it very professional. But then they decided to ask me for some pro bono work. And then they decided to call my work drivel. And, it's like, it wasn't enough for you to just let it go. You had to spike the ball in the infield and do a dance. What the hell were you thinking? Like, that's good.
I think they're thinking that they're trying to cover their asses now because they're seeing the reaction, and it's more negative than they thought. But you know what? Let's take a positive. Let's take a positive here, because it means that you're now able to write to maybe 3 additional publishers you weren't writing to before.
Yeah.
You have the creative juggernaut now. That's an entire system. I like sci-fi. I like Warhammer. I don't like the new changes to Warhammer because they're becoming more woke, but I love Warhammer, the original 40K. I remember Battletech. I really didn't get into it as much. I was maybe the early 90s before I went to Russia. I was into it, but I didn't pick it back up. I recently was playing Mech Warrior 5, so I was reminding myself that I like House Karita and House Lau, not House Steiner. Don't know why, just they didn't appeal to me, probably because of the mechs they have. Steiner's real slow. They got big, slow mechs, as I recall. But so you have an opportunity. Are these things going forward? Are we going to see creative juggernaut? I think you were mentioning that you have an entire game system coming out.
Yeah, I did the initial design on the game system, and it's in development right now, which takes a long time to get it right. I've written the first 3 novels. They're actually done and edited. We were going to do them as a Kickstarter. I got to talk to my business partners because some new opportunities are presenting themselves. So we may be able to get them out much quicker.
Good.
To a broader audience even than that. Yeah, there's a whole bucket of opportunity that has presented itself here. And I look forward to it. I'm going to create games, and I'm not going to pander to one political side or the other. We're just going to tell really cool stories that are set like 25 years in the future. It's military sci-fi. It's kind of got that feeling of The Expanse and some of the new science fiction vibe to it. There's great characters. There are ensemble casts, which I love writing about. I did that with Blue Dawn as well, where it's like I love having an ensemble of characters where you tell everything from their different perspectives. And from a writer's creative perspective, I just find that fun. The books for Land and Sea are just incredible. We're really excited about them.
You should be. I find it interesting because you're mentioning a lot of the stuff that I'm looking at now, like The Expanse, which is doing great. Eric July, the Rippoverse, doing fantastic. It's amazing. It sounds like you're doing what a lot of people are doing now is, okay, mainstream won't let me appeal to the fans. Let me go directly to the fans. And the fans are going, yes, please give me what I want. Give me more.
I tend to agree. And I think it's sad that we have to go create our own commerce to do that we have to go find a place we have to go create places that are where free thought is accepted and open and things along those lines. I can assure you that when we hire authors, we are not going to be doing checks of their politics, and game support people. We're not going to be, trying to filter through, what their political leanings are. I'm looking for talent. I want the best of the best. I don't want people that, if they happen to have a completely different political ideology than me, fine, as long as it doesn't show up in their work. Or as long as it shows up appropriately, I really don't care. I think it'll be fine.
Yeah, you can have whatever character you want as long as the character makes sense in that universe.
Yeah.
They can do whatever they want. That's the character. Does it make sense?
Yeah. It's amazing, though, but the wokeness has entered the whole dynamic even of writing, even doing true crime. I was talking on a podcast. Oh, I do true crime. My daughter and I
know. But you're telling me they brought woke into. How do you bring woke into it's crime?
Okay, I was literally on a podcast where I said, well, this woman was thought to be a prostitute, and they were like, stop, we have to edit that out. It's a sex worker. And I said, the police report said prostitute. And they're like, yeah, but we can't use that word. That word is inflammatory and derogatory to women. and I said, and I'm not kidding you, and it's a very famous podcaster too. And I said, okay, I'm going to use your words, but I got to be honest with you. I said, this is the first I ever heard of this in the true crime realm. And they're like, oh yeah, you can't use the word prostitute anymore. That's bad.
We can't use it anymore. It's like you can't call an illegal alien an illegal alien, which is a legal term. You have to use undocumented worker. The document they're missing is any authorization to be there. You can't say man or woman because what is a man? The opposite of a woman. What's a woman? The opposite of a man. It's circular logic that makes no sense and it helps no one.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of woke stuff that has crept into even in the gaming stuff. When I was working on a book called Hour of the Wolf, the editor was asking me, can you change the sex of one of these characters? And I said, why? And he said, well, the last 2 chapters you've had just guys in scenes. And so it'd be good. It's a sausage fest. Change this so one of the people is a woman. And that was his word, not mine. Right. And I said, why? And he goes, well, because, then there'll be a mix of men and women. I said, you do know in the real world, sometimes only men are in the room and sometimes only women are in the room. Sometimes there's more men, sometimes there's more women. No, I'm not changing this to check off a box because it doesn't do anything for the story. It doesn't do anything for the character. It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
and I'm sitting here, why am I having this discussion? And now it all kind of fits together as to, this is what was going on behind the scenes. And now I look back at some of the notes that I've had on books and I'm like, now I see what was driving some of this. It was politics. And I wasn't inserting politics. They were trying to get me to insert politics to virtue signal. And that's all it was. And I was like, I can't get into that. It's weird and it's not the right dynamic.
No, it never is, because it comes off artificial, and people can, no matter the medium, people will always react and realize this doesn't feel right. It's artificial. It doesn't fit because that's not the style of the medium that it has been. We're doing something wrong. And I think that, I have to tell you, Blaine, I think this is going to be one of the best things that has ever happened to you.
Well, thank you. I don't know if that's the case, but that wasn't the intent. I think a lot of people are going, oh, you did this to profit. And I'm like, yeah, if you saw the nasty stuff that people have been posting on me online, no sane person would volunteer to do that to try to sell a book.
No, that's silly, because I've had a touch of that. I've had the people when I'm out at an event, and I had literally a mob of 75. No one wants this. 75, imagine 75 people come up to you, surrounding you, scaring off the news media, and screaming in your face for an hour saying, you're a racist. And they're not listening to anything. They're just keep screaming, you're a racist for an hour. Do you think anyone wants that? No, we don't do this because we want that.
No. And it's amazing that people come up with all their little agendas and stuff. And sometimes a good cigar is just a good cigar.
Life is simple sometimes. But I've seen that, like for Gina Carano, like Eric July, we're seeing these creators who are coming out and they're having bigger success once they get through this hurdle. And it is a hurdle and it is a pain in the ass, and no one should have to deal with it. But the success on the other side of that is even bigger, because like all the weights are being lifted. It's like, okay, they're no longer on your back. And that's what I'm thinking is going to happen with you.
I don't know what the future holds. I've been busy anyway. I'm working on book 5 of the Blue Dawn series right now. Book 3 will be out sometime, I think this winter. I don't know if it'll be this year or early next. Yeah, so book 4 is already done. I'm writing book 5. I'm working on a true crime book with my daughter. So we're having some fun doing that. Yeah, I have plenty to keep me busy. This has been a huge distraction, but it's about my values and it's about who I am. Mm-hmm. And I'm not going to compromise. I'm not going to apologize. There was a few people have said, well, why don't you just apologize and make this go away? I'm like, I didn't do anything wrong, so I'm not going to apologize.
I would, Blaine, I would yell at you on any of the various shows that we are on where we get to do roundtable and speak. I'd be right there at you going, why did you do that? Please don't do that. And I hope you never do. And I hope you don't stop any of the roundtables or any of the, I appreciate.
No. I'm enjoying, well. I'm sharing my view, and I don't care if you don't agree with it. Right. Then don't watch it. I don't care. It's not I'm not forcing anyone into my opinion. Exactly. I am talking to a specific audience, and I'm telling them things that will resonate with them. And I'm trying to do it as a writer in a creative way in some cases, or in a very direct way if I'm writing an op-ed or something along those lines. I'm not this horrible, evil person that I keep being painted as. And it's amazing to me that people kind of go down that path. But these people, all they have is their hate at this point. All they have is their venom. And, it doesn't matter if I do anything. They will rant and rage and do all their hatred, regardless. So, it's just a matter of, you got to stick by your values and stick by your principles. And I'm going to do that.
That's the best thing that I hear. And I hope people are paying attention to that, because when it comes to you, and it is, whether you're a small YouTube creator, whether you're writing a book, you're writing a song, you want to be an actor, you want to just live any part of your life. I mean, you try and work for Coca-Cola. They're trying to give you classes to apologize for being white. Never do that. Never do that. Don't apologize for being born whatever you are. You got to remember, the best answer, I believe, and I think Blaine is giving you a great example of that right now, just like Gina Carano, just like Eric July. Stand up and say, no, that's too far. That's a bridge too far. I'm not going to back down. I'm not going to just bow down and obey. And you know me, Blaine. I hate just laying down. I'll obey. No, do not obey. We are Americans. We have a wonderful benefit the rest of the world will never have that leads us to be so much ahead of everyone else. Freedom. That's freedom of speech, freedom to defend ourselves, freedom to try, and it's life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. You may not get it right the first time. You go back, you try it again. And I think this is a great example of that, Blaine, where it's, didn't work exactly right the first time. No problem. You still got plenty of room to keep going forward. And I think you're getting more people who are going to say, and I do tell people, we'll have it in, when I do the edit, I'm going to have it down there, some of the links to some of your books and some of the material you're working on. And trust me, I'm going to keep up on this creative juggernaut. I want to see this game system because I do like games like that.
It's a lot of fun. I'm a kid at heart. I never stop playing games. My grandson wants me to start up a D&D session for him and his buddies, and I'm going to do it. And which I've been doing. I've had an ongoing campaign for years now that I do, and for adults. So now I'm going to do one for kids again, and I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a lot of fun. And to me, that you have to embrace the things that give you joy, and gaming gives me joy. I love the gaming industry. I will say it has become a woke fest, be it at Gen Con and some of their tactics that they're employing, putting personal pronouns on everybody's badge and making people wear masks, when quite literally the starter football games, which are next door, you don't have to wear masks. I mean, it's like, it's just gotten crazy, some of the stuff that's been going on in the gaming industry. But I also think that there's a lot of conservatives out there that just want good product. And there's a lot of players that really don't give a damn about the politics of it. They just want something to play that's fun. And that's what we're going to do.
And that's why I think that's the best answer possible. Just, there's room for that. I am as political as anyone gets, and more than most. Absolutely. And you know what? When I'm playing a game, I'm playing a game. When I play Mech Warrior 5, when I play God, I've been playing so many things. I forget sometimes all the stuff. I mean, I have over 150 games off of Steam that I play. I'm not thinking about, I wonder what AOC is saying right now. No, it's like I'm playing the game because it's time.
It's escapism.
Fun. Yeah, it's the fun. It's like, okay, that stuff's all gone. I'm going to watch an anime now because it's fun. Let that stuff all go. And I think people forget that sometimes fun is just fun, and we have to. And it's kind of sad, but it's important to say, you know what? And we have to defend the people who give us that opportunity for fun. Those people that give us that opportunity for escapism. Because if you lose that, what is left in life? What, we're just going to trudge and be serfs and peons, miserable all the time? No one wants that.
Why do
Yeah,
70%
yeah.
of critical thinkers ditch Disney Plus? Because they found something better. In today's economy, every dollar counts. So what's worth subscribing to? Let's compare Disney Plus and no Soundbites Allowed. With Disney Plus, you're shelling out $140 a year for virtue signaling shows targeting mythical modern audiences. Plus, a theater visit could cost you $40 or more. Ouch. Now imagine a platform where fresh perspectives, insightful interviews, and engaging discussions are at your fingertips. That's no Soundbites Allowed. And the best part? It's free with an option to support only if you choose. While Disney Plus ticks off virtue signal checkboxes, no Soundbites Allowed offers real talk and sharp analysis. Perfect for those who crave depth and clarity. Why break the bank for entertainment? Subscribe to No Soundbites Allowed and enjoy meaningful content without the hefty price tag. Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in the Bronx, and I'm happy to be here with you talking on November 24th. It's currently 5:30 in Eastern Time, and I'm happy to be able to speak with you about all the issues that matter to you. Excuse me. Excuse me. So we had to take a little break because my puppy, he needed to go outside. Yes, I still call him my puppy. He's 13 years old. He's asleep at my feet as we speak. So I thank you for being with us through the break. Now, you've been listening to Blaine Pardoe. He's a noted author, and we were speaking with him. That was about 3 years ago. And I think it's really interesting listening to the attack on free speech happening 3 years ago, and then look at what we are seeing today. John Kerry at the WEF, as he is saying that the First Amendment must be destroyed to be able to allow the approved messaging and the government, the federal government, to maintain control over the public. We're seeing many on the left are saying, oh, we have to silence people that we don't like. Voices we don't like, opinions we don't like, have to be silenced because of misinformation or disinformation. It was a major issue of the Kamala Harris campaign for presidency was misinformation and disinformation. And now we're seeing that the public, having realized they have been lied to over and over again, whether it's Rachel Maddow or MSNBC, CNN, that they have been lied to with writers that have plagiarized or made up stories, that they have denied the truth, like the Hunter Biden laptop, the Russia collusion never existed. In fact, the only evidence of it having any kind of credibility came from the Democrats in the Hillary Clinton campaign. The public is tired. Who's in charge of the White House right now? Joe Biden is available between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. 5 days a week. And then where is he? Who has been running America, and how long has this been happening? You wouldn't hear that from Kamala Harris. She won't answer. The news media doesn't want to ask the question, and you're not supposed to either. And that's why people have left there looking for alternative means to be able to get the news and to understand the news and the consequences that come from it. And I thank you for being part of my audience in doing that and asking the questions and trying to understand what's going on and what may happen next. That's why we're here, and we've been doing this for 18 years, and that's why we appreciate each and every one of you as we grow and continue to grow, even as Google, the monopoly, Google, continues to suppress this channel and others, instead trying to push approved messages like The View. The View, where they tell you that you are too stupid to know who to vote for, that they disagree with the way you live your life, and that you have to change to be more like them, rather than they have to accept you have a different opinion, that you have agency. That's just the way things are. Now, excuse me. During the break, we had stopped, and before the break, we were talking about international policy. I did leave out my concern for our friends across the pond, our greatest ally, the United Kingdom. And I know that farmers over there are suffering. And this is where progressivism always leads. We see Keir Starmer, who is a progressive, and he is now trying to punish farmers in the UK. the reporting has come out, and we've seen even Jeremy Clarkson, who is a very well-known entertainer and reporter. And Jeremy Clarkson, who owns a farm, is one of many amongst the regular people who are trying to save farms for individuals, to get rid of corporations and to prevent the government from stealing the land of farmers. I can appreciate the difficulty there because we see a very similar thing here in the United States, where BlackRock is going around because of the higher and higher and higher taxes that have been coming from Democrats as they spend and spend more and more on wasteful items that our farmers have been suffering. The good news, RFK Jr. is going to be helpful. We've been talking about the HHS, and we've been talking about how he's going to be in charge of making America healthy again. One of the changes is that he's going to help or try to enforce removing all the chemicals out of our cereal and many of our foods and replace them with all natural, actual foods instead of those chemicals. Now, chemical companies aren't very happy about that, but farmers should be happy about that. That means more demand, and it means that they'll be able to have more money to pay the taxes that already are out there and still be able to survive, unlike in the United Kingdom, where the government is saying, if you inherit a farm from your father who got it from his grandfather, been in your family for 100 years, you have to pay tax on that farm that has already been long paid for, and the taxes you pay every year don't matter. Now that you inherit that farm, you have to pay tax on the current value of that farm, or you lose the land. That the government will come in and take land that you and your family have owned for hundreds of years, they'll just take it away from you and sell it to BlackRock. That's the progressive movement. That's what progressives lead to. Oh, well, we'll just consolidate everything under the government and then sell it to our friends in certain corporations that have the right ideology, like BlackRock, who enforce DEI and ESG and force diversity and equity onto everyone that nobody wants and has not been productive for any company, large or small. It has not revealed any products or anything that is of value. But this is what we're seeing. And I feel for all the farmers in the UK. And I hope that the example here in the United States with RFK Jr., with the HHS, focusing on natural foods, helping farmers to make money and keep their farms will be an inspiration to Keir Starmer that what he is doing is not working, that it will not help the British farmers, and that maybe following the lead of the United States will be better for them. I wanted to include that. I hadn't mentioned it before, but I think it is important to mention. Also, during the break, there was some breaking news, and normally I do not. I really try not to provide anything from Al Jazeera. They are a horrible, biased, pro-terrorist news agency, and I do not take things that they say as credible. But it is breaking news, and it is out now that Hezbollah has fired 340 missiles at Israel. It seems that Al Jazeera is the first one to put this out. I again say take a pound of salt with this news. Al Jazeera is a pro-terrorist yellow rag. And that means yellow journalism, in case people don't know. It is a yellow journalism rag. I do not trust them in and of themselves for anything. They are not credible by themselves. But they have made this report. It does seem, they're the first ones that are reporting on this that I noticed during the break. We may see more about this, but Hezbollah continues to attack Israeli citizens, hitting Ashad, the naval base, that's the military, but Tel Aviv are citizens, are just regular people living their lives, walking down the street. Some of them might be Palestinians, they may be Arabs, they may be Israelis, they could be from any country around the world, and Hezbollah doesn't care. That's why they fired 340 missiles at those women and children and people from around the world, because they're a bunch of terrorists. And I do not support those terrorists. And I do not see that there is any reason why 340 missiles should be fired at civilians. I do not agree with that. I do not support that. But I want you to be aware of it, because this is Iran responding. This is Iran fear-mongering and trying to show their strength before the Trump administration comes in, to gain as much as they can before we have a strong president with a strong support of our allies, with a strong international policy. And I can't wait until Hezbollah is reclassified as a terrorist organization and we see funding, humanitarian aid is cut for them, for Hamas, for the Houthis, that we see that the sanctions that were previously in place under the Trump administration are put back in place against Iran, which will lead to more global stability and peace. There will be less terror and less war once those sanctions are back in place. And that will be a good thing. I have no problem with that. That's my opinion on it. Now, if someone has a different opinion, if you have a different viewpoint about Hezbollah, the Houthis, Hamas, about Iran, I'm perfectly happy to hear that. But I tell you what, I do not support terrorism, and you cannot convince me to do so. So that's something, that was the breaking news. I did want to address that. I did want to mention what's happening in the United Kingdom because I didn't get a chance to do that earlier. Let me move forward. Now, we're mostly going to be focusing on what's happening domestically, what's going to be happening in Thanksgiving this year. And again, I hope everyone who watches this program, whether you're on the left, whether you're a progressive, a socialist, whether you're a conservative, a libertarian, you're a Green Party, Republican, or just an American who doesn't really pay attention to politics most of the time, whomever you may be, I hope you will have peace. I hope you will have warmth and shelter. I hope that you will have food and you will know no hunger throughout the entire holiday season, and God help us for the entirety of your life. I know what it is to be homeless. I know what it is to be without warmth, to have no housing, no shelter, no food, and no guarantee that you will find any of those things tomorrow, and therefore you have no peace. I've been homeless twice. I know what that's like. I do not wish that on anyone. And I hope that we will see less of that going forward, that there will be less people taking a dump on the streets of San Francisco and in California going forward, that more people will find housing, will have food, will be able to live productive lives as we move forward with a plan and we have a strong leader. I hope for that, and I think we may get that. I may be wrong, but we'll find out. At least trying something different may give us a different result, because just following the progressive movement and following the establishment status quo has not made things better for anyone. That we can all agree on. That being said, let's move forward a little bit in the show. Oh, I also should mention, if you've been with us for the last 2-3 hours now and you haven't taken the chance, please give this video a like. More importantly, please subscribe. We are heavily suppressed in our voice. We are not an approved message according to Google or YouTube. We aren't their favorites because we don't agree with The View. We don't agree with MSNBC or CNN when they lie to you. We want to take the time to explain the issues and tell you what we think about those issues, and you get to respond back to us in chat, in super chats, and also in calling into the program at 929-715-8569. You get to have your voice heard. And because we are willing to express the First Amendment and to share that First Amendment with people around the world, we are heavily suppressed. So please give us a like. It makes a massive difference in getting through. Also, subscribe to the channel. It makes a massive difference. And share this if you can. I know that when we break through, as an example, 2 weeks ago on the Wednesday Roundtable with the Liberty First Foundation. Every Wednesday we do a live stream at about 7 o'clock. And 2 weeks ago we reached over 300 people live. Now that's not anywhere near what we're talking about. I mean, you look at Nerdrotic, you look at Steven Crowder, they get tens of thousands. I'm not trying to do that. We want to get to 5,000 subscribers. But I know that when we break through the algorithm, we have hundreds, if not thousands of people who will watch various events and videos that we provide. Events we go out to get thousands of views. Sometimes our live streams get hundreds of views because we break through. I'm talking about while we are live, we break through the algorithm, and people just like you want to know. It's the giants, the establishment that don't want to share this. Please do. And I say again to everyone on the left that watch this program, and I know there are people on the left who watch this program on a regular basis, your voice is welcome here. We're happy to hear you. We're happy to hear your disagreement with any conclusion I might make or the issues that you want to bring up. I'm happy to do that. Just be respectful and you will be heard every single time. And we have 18 years of providing just that kind of service. And you can see we always are respectful. We have always been open to every voice. We make sure of that on this channel. So please give us a like, give us a share. And if you can, if you have the ability to support $1.50 a month, join our Patreon. That's it, $1.50. We're not asking you for what Disney's asking for, what, $20, $21 a month for providing you things like Agatha, The Acolyte, The Marvels. Do you really want to see any of that? Is that really what you call entertainment, or is it propaganda? Oh yeah, you can spend tens of dollars a month to get all these streaming services that are trying to shove an agenda down your throat. Or you can spend $1.50 with us. $1.50 a month, and we provide well over 30 hours per month, often just 30 hours of live, not including all the other videos and interviews and other entertainment that we provide. We do look forward to your continued support on this channel. Now, that being said, and yes, if you want to talk about Christmas gift, get us to 5,000. That's it. I want to get to 5,000 subscribers by Christmas. That would be fantastic. If we get to 2,000, I will be absolutely overjoyed. That's the Christmas gift. If you want, you can join the Patreon for $1.50. If you're really crazy, you can go to my PayPal and you can give me whatever you want, but I'm not asking for that. But let's go on. It's enough of me pushing myself. Let's go forward. Because we're here to talk about the domestic side. And I think one of the best ways to start off is let's talk about what's happening right now. The Trump administration has, basically his entire cabinet has been announced. And again, this I think is astounding. This is the fastest we have ever seen all of the cabinet positions receive nominations. Now, yes, Matt Gaetz is out. He has been replaced by Pam Bondi. But again, that was automatic. I think it was within 2 hours of Matt Gaetz stepping down, Pam Bondi was put in her place. By the way, Pam Bondi, Florida AG, solid person. There should be no complaints about her. And Matt Gaetz was qualified, but the left were looking for ways to try to discredit the Trump administration as much as they could ahead of time. Honestly, if Matt Gaetz was such a terrible sexual predator, why didn't any of the information that was the investigations by Congress, why weren't they not released during the 2024 election? Why weren't voters given the evidence, if there is any evidence, from the congressional investigation? Why was that not put out in the news media? Why did they wait until he got reelected and guaranteed another 2-year term? And only after, not only did he get reelected, it was only after he was nominated as the Attorney General by Donald Trump. Only then did the left say, oh, by the way, we have this investigation. He's a bad person. Only then did they want to share that news with the public because they didn't want him. They didn't like him. You may think he is a bad person. I'm not saying Matt Gaetz is good or bad. I'm telling you that according to the law, he is innocent, and there is no evidence. There's lots of accusations. There's no evidence that says he is guilty. And until then, he is innocent. Whether you like him or not is irrelevant to whether he is capable of doing the job. And if there was evidence, then why didn't the Democrats provide that to the public before the election so that voters could then evaluate, do they want to continue to have him? They only waited until afterwards because this is about politics. It's not about what's the best thing for the voters. It's not about providing the truth. It's about propaganda and propping up a political ideology at taking advantage of you. So Trump has his nominees now. And we know. Now, they will still need to be confirmed by the Senate, but the Senate is held by Republicans, 53 seats. So there should be no real objection, nothing to stop any of these nominees from getting in. Even if there's one or two Republicans that defect, that will not stop. All they need is 51 votes. So we see that Marco Rubio at State, Scott Bessent at Treasury, Defense would be Pete Hegseth, Attorney General Pam Bondi, Doug Burgum, who is a governor of the Dakotas, I believe it's South Dakota. He would be in charge of the Interior, Brooke Rollins, Howard Lutnick in Commerce, which I actually thought was going to go to Vivek Ramaswamy. I said so on this channel often that I expected Vivek Ramaswamy to get that position. Instead, he is part of the Department of Government Efficiency, a temporary part of the government whose only purpose is to shrink the size of the government, shrink the amount of waste in the government, to reduce the national debt and therefore make poor people richer, to make the middle class more stable. The less the government spends, the better you are in your life. But I was wrong. Vivek did not get the Commerce. That went to Howard Lutnick. I admit when I get things wrong. Labor goes to Lori Chavez DeReamer. Health and Human Services to RFK Jr., as we were speaking about just a few moments ago. Housing and Urban Development goes to Scott Turner. I know many people were thinking that that would go to Dr. Ben Carson again, that he might take that position. I didn't think he didn't enjoy it the first time. I didn't think he would do it again. But we may see Dr. Ben Carson get another position in the Trump administration the second time. Only time will tell. Transportation went to Sean Duffy. Energy to Chris Wright. Education to Linda McMahon. Veteran Affairs to Doug Collins. People may be familiar with him. He has been an advocate and outspoken about veteran affairs, much like Pete Hegseth has been a very big advocate for veterans and talking about that. And Homeland Security, of course, goes to Kristi Noem. And of course, we left out that in charge of the national intelligence is Tulsi Gabbard. Also very important. A lot of people the left has been trying to demonize many of these people. The reason why you haven't seen as much attention about each of the individuals is that Trump has named 3-4 people all at once. He has replacements apparently for most of these seats, or at least many of the higher nominations. He has alternatives already in place, ready to go. He has obviously spent a long time working out who he wants and what that means to America going forward, to his agenda for America going forward. And I think that's kind of impressive. I think that should raise the confidence level. I know the left is looking at it and they're terrified, they're angry because it's not their people. These aren't a large number of establishment status quo politicians. These are people who have been effective in their roles, in their jobs. Again, RFK, I don't trust him in international politics, but put him in charge of making people healthy, I think he's a decent choice. The left has to demonize him. Why? He's a former Democrat, and how dare he be part of the Trump administration? Why wouldn't he? If his goal is to make America healthy, then why wouldn't he be part of any administration to help make America healthy? It's not about the politics, except Democrats say it must be. And when you look at these choices, I think they're a very good set of individuals who are more concerned about the welfare and benefit of America rather than the continued status quo of current government with its corruption that has been eating away at the foundation of the United States. These are individuals that, love them or hate them, have been significant in making sure that they have made life better for Americans on small scale and large scale. Not everyone will agree with that. You don't have to. Not everyone will like that. It doesn't matter. Feelings are irrelevant to this. Whether or not you like RFK Jr., whether or not you like Marco Rubio, whether or not you like Pete Hegseth, it means nothing. That is not the important factor. Can they do the job? And for many of these positions, as an example, again, going back, Doug Burgum is a governor. He can handle the interior. It is very much in what he has been doing. Marco Rubio has improved as a senator. He has gone overseas. He has talked to other nations. And he is someone who has grown into his position as a senator. He has the experience. Can he do this job? Yes, he is capable. He has qualifications. Pete Hegseth has the qualifications. He has combat experience, which many generals today do not have. He has actual real-world combat experience in Iraq, in Afghanistan, with our troops. He understands what the troops are going through because he's been there with the troops. Unlike someone like Tim Walz, an individual who claimed that he had stolen valor. He claimed that he was a combat veteran and never was on the field of battle. He claimed that he had a rank that he did not earn and he did not have. He abandoned his troops when they went into combat. Tim Walz was nowhere to be found. He retired instead. That's not Pete Hegseth. Yeah, I want to see him in charge of defense. Other individuals, again, I mentioned Doug Collins, Kristi Noem. Again, you may not like them as individuals. I have problems with some of the policies that Marco Rubio has put forth. As an example, I've had many a problem, and I've publicly spoken against his support of red flag laws and the red flag law bills he's put forth in the Senate. I have attacked that because it is anti-American. It's anti-Second Amendment. It is counterproductive. It is not something that is effective or efficient. But can I support him as Secretary of State? Yes. Again, it's not about the one issue that I may have a problem with. It's not about whether I like or dislike these individuals, each and every one of them. It's about, are they effective at the job that they have been selected for? And the answer overwhelmingly is yes. You may like other people, but are they the most qualified? This is a hugely qualified group of individuals. So, and even the rest of the world, this is coming from the BBC. And even the BBC, which is left-leaning, recognizes these individuals are a eclectic, as the BBC says, it's an eclectic array of cabinet picks from MAGA loyalists to former political rivals. Some of the nominations, such as Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and Matt Gaetz, have raised eyebrows. Well, think about that. Some of these people have been against Donald Trump, but they have been for America. They have been for making America great again. That is what MAGA means. And the left hates to remind you that the words "make America great again" are intrinsically positive. That is an intrinsically good thing. An America First policy is not anti anything. That is a positive statement. And these individuals have been effective at trying to do that. I think this is a very positive thing for America. And unlike the left, who are cutting off their hair, saying that they will not date anyone, they will not have sex with anyone, they will not have children, that they will try to hold back their money. Yeah, there are people right now. Brooklyn Dad, who's on Twitter X, has come out, and I think I was talking about this during the Wednesday live stream, Wednesday roundtable with the Liberty First Foundation. This week, Brooklyn Dad came out and told his 1.3 million subscribers that he is going to stockpile goods now under the Biden administration for the next month, and he's going to try to not buy anything that is non-essential under the Trump administration, that he is going to try and punish America for Donald Trump being in place. And he hopes that his 1.3 million subscribers will do the same. And we are seeing this also being said over on Bluesky. We're seeing the left say that they have to punish the 51% of Americans that voted for Donald Trump. 72 million Americans and the rest of the country have to be punished for not obeying the feelings of a minority of individuals. And they are willing to tank the government. This is exactly like what we saw coming out of Bill Maher's mouth. And I know Bill Maher, many people are like, oh, see, he's breaking away from the left. Bill Maher is as progressive as anyone else that he's taking on. It's a fact that those guys lost, and he is trying to reposition himself so he doesn't suffer like CNN and MSNBC and ABC News. He's trying to stay and keep his job. But in 2018, in 2019, Bill Maher was up publicly saying on his same program, as we had covered then and since, that he has said he was happy to see a recession in America because he wanted to punish Americans and force them to vote for Joe Biden. That was Bill Maher in 2018, in 2019 saying that. Oh, he didn't care. And the left doesn't care. Brooklyn Dad doesn't care if he forces America into a recession or even worse, perhaps a depression, because he wants to punish you for not obeying his political ideology. That is insane. But that is the left today. Women, I guarantee you, and I tell you, I don't care if you're gay or straight. If you were dating someone, or considering dating someone who decided that they had to cut off their hair and they will deny you sex and relationship of any type, or some of these women are getting divorced from their husbands just because of a political election, because someone had a different political ideology than their own. Guess what? You are better off without that individual and keep them out of your life. They would have dragged you down just to make sure that you obey, because these are not people who are sharing their love. They're not people who are sharing their concerns. They're not trying to be helpful. They're trying to be overbearing and dominant and destructive. They want you to be a slave, a peon. They want you to just do what they say. These are not positive people, and if you happen to be one of those individuals that decided to cut off your hair, not because you're suffering from cancer, not because you know someone who's suffering from cancer, but you cut off your hair because Donald Trump won, guess what? You need to go see some kind of mental health official, some kind of mental health doctor, and to get something checked out. Something is wrong with you. I truly believe that, and I will say that always. These people are damaged, but they are not done. They are going to come at us nonstop. If you have been watching this program since August of 2022, I have been telling you that America has been in a recession. In August of 2022, the Biden-Harris administration changed the definition of what is a recession. And in doing so, they avoided having to go into the 2022 midterm with the public acknowledgement that America is in and has been in a recession. We technically entered the recession in August of 2022, and we have continued to be in that recession to this day. Now, that recession that has already existed, as we told you, since the Democrats have denied that we are in any kind of economic strife, as they denied during the election, before the election. Right now, they've told you, no, things are great. You just don't understand. You don't understand how great the economy is and how well things are going as unemployment is increasing, as the number of people who are working is decreasing, as the cost of living is going up, as inflation has been high. And yes, it went down from the peak, but it is up from when Joe Biden and Kamala Harris came in and implemented their Bidenomics policies. They have consistently told you that everything is great. But now that there is a new administration, an administration that the news media does not like, an administration that will seek to improve the economy. Remember, Obama told you you can't see 1.3% GDP growth. It's not possible. Where's the magic wand? It would take magic that Donald Trump lied to you. And then he came in and we had far greater. We had over 3% GDP growth under the Trump administration. Obama was wrong because he didn't know what he was talking about. And the second we got Biden in with his Bidenomics, we lost all of that growth. Now they have to blame someone for that. They have to blame that failure in the economy on someone. They don't want to blame Obama. They don't want to blame Biden. So what are we seeing? Caution, United States recession probability sharply rises in 2024. We are starting to see articles coming out from the fringe and from the mainstream that are telling you that America is going into a recession, that America will be in a recession in 2025. We have already been there. We have already been in the recession, just like we see the recession has taken hold in Europe and in the United Kingdom. And guess what? If the world is in a recession, the United States is not going to be outside of that recession. We're the greatest economy. If everyone who's buying our goods is in a recession, then we're in a recession too. We don't escape that. That is the problem with being the biggest consumer in the world, the leading economy of the world. If everyone else is in a recession, we are in a recession too. And in fact, we have been since August. But now you're going to hear this so that they can attack the Trump administration throughout 2025 and blame the recession on him. Suddenly they will acknowledge we're in a recession and it's Trump's fault. Guess what? It takes normally about 3, maybe 6, maybe 9 months for economic policies to change anything. When Trump walks into the presidency in January 21st of 2025, he's going to be receiving the Biden administration's policies, his economy, and he will have to fix that. That's not Trump's fault. That's Biden's fault. And when they say we're in a recession in April, by April of 2025, you will hear these very same talking heads, these pundits tell you, suddenly we're in a recession and it's Trump's fault. They will be lying. They are trying to play propaganda with you. We've been telling you this for years. We're telling you now so that when you see this happen in the future, you will know which of the news media are lying to you and using you to try and get their own political advantage for the midterms in 2026. We are in a recession. We have been. The soonest we can get out of that recession is 2026. One of the key factors, we have to stop spending and or reduce our spending at the very least, and we have to have energy independence, and the war with the Ukraine has to end so that the farmers can plant their crops and we can end the global food crisis, which has existed since the start of the Ukraine-Russian war in 2022. And that is critical. There is 30% less food, actually 40% less food in the world today than there was in 2019. Until that changes, until the Ukraine can plant their crops and ship those crops out to Africa and to many of the third world nations of the world, there will be higher inflation and the world will remain in a recession. These are just the facts. You can take advantage of that and know that, or you can follow the news media that's going to blame Donald Trump and not give you a solution. Just pointing that out. We have a comment from Grace. Hello, Grace. Thank you for being with us during the show. Grace mentions, and they act like the Trump voters are unstable. I will show you how unstable they are. I haven't gotten to talking about what's going to be happening in Thanksgiving. I haven't talked about what some of the governors across this nation, some of the bluest states, and I'm about to start talking about what they are planning to do in 2025 that will destroy the economy if they get their will. They are talking about how they're going to basically try and drive America towards a civil war. I'm going to get to that in just a second. Grace goes on to, Bill Maher has always said that what he needs is to stay on the air. Yeah, I understand. And Bill Maher, I understand his motivation. He wants to keep his job. He wants to get paid. And unlike Rachel Maddow, who had to take a $5 million pay cut because MSNBC is not profitable and no one is watching it, and for her she can't survive on her own without the big corporate backing. That's why she isn't online, say like a Tucker Carlson, who can support himself by going out to the people and just talking. No, Rachel Maddow needs that corporate structure. She needs the corporations to justify her authority bias to make people believe that she actually knows what she's talking about. So rather than go independent, she took a $5 million pay cut so that she could keep that authority bias. You know, that's kind of upsetting. But Bill Maher, he's doing the same thing. He didn't take the pay cut. He just switched sides. He's just shifting and saying, no, the progressives are out of their mind. They're crazy. Even though he supports their progressive ideology, even though he supports their policies, he's going to shift and say, well, progressives are kind of crazy. Democrats are out of their mind right now. Why? Because he's trying to save his paycheck. I get it, but it's dishonest. At least be honest about it. I have more respect for Rachel Maddow, who is dependent on the authority bias so that Google will continue to push her shows and to promote her because she's an approved message so that they will continue to put her face in front of the American people. She's willing to take the pay cut. At least she's honest about it. She needs the authority bias. She wants the job, and she knows she can't make the money she's making now without that authority bias, without Google altering its algorithm to shove her face in front of you, even though you don't want to watch her, even though she's been proven wrong over and over and over again. And this is why I suffer, because I'm honest about it. I'm willing to tell you. And I'm willing to tell you that I'm a conservative Republican. I always have. I've never denied it, and I've always said it. But because of that, I get punished. Because as a black man, I can't be conservative. I can't be a Republican, at least not publicly. And when I say that publicly, I must be suppressed. I must be punished because I am proof, just like you are, that MAGA, America First, conservatism is not anti-American, nor is it something that you can't survive. It's not the demonic message that they've been trying to shove down our throats, not just for the last 8 years, but for the last 30, 40 years. Let me move on. Thank you for those comments, by the way, Grace. But you do lead us to what I was going to talk about in terms of the mayors. And what we are seeing coming from governors and mayors across America. I mean, Kathy Hochul, the governor of New York, who has failed the people of New York. Crime is up, whether it's with firearms or with knives. People are being stabbed on the subways. The subways are less safe than they have been. We have more taxes. We have more poverty. We have more people leaving New York than any other state in the union. California is number 2. New York is number 1 and has been consistently since the disgraced Andrew Cuomo was in office as governor. Americans have been leaving because New York is unsustainable. The emphasis on illegal aliens and progressivism is unsustainable. And we know that Kathy Hochul has said that she is going to oppose Donald Trump as much as possible. But we see this on the mayoral level. This is from the New York Post. This was 2 days ago, Friday. The Denver mayor has threatened that he will deploy cops and 50,000 residents in a Tiananmen Square moment to stop Donald Trump's mass deportations. Now, this is wrong on so many levels. This is why I say the left is trying to create a second civil war. They're trying to admonish people. They want to, and they have suggested, and I was talking about that, what was it, on Sunday, that the left has already come out, and they have already said that they want to have a alternate cabinet. They want to have a Democrat-only, progressive issue-only shadow government that they want to put in place so that they can divide America and sabotage the sitting president of the United States in 2025. Now we have Mayor of Denver coming out and saying that that's not enough. Having an alternate, secondary, shadow government is not enough. No, he has to directly violate the law. Here's the thing, and you don't have to like this. Again, it's not about like, it's about the facts. So we know over 223,000 migrants have entered into New York in since 2022. And it is breaking the city. The same thing can be said. Over 40,000 illegal aliens have entered Denver alone. And it is destroying the infrastructure of the city of Denver. They can't afford it. But Denver is a sanctuary city inside Colorado, which is a sanctuary state. And when you have sanctuary cities, sanctuary states are breaking the law. Donald Trump is following the law. Mass deportations is simply just deportations. That is the written law. If Congress were to change the law, then we'd have a different conversation. But Democrats, even when they had a super majority under the Obama administration, they had the opportunity to change the law and allow open borders if they wanted. They didn't want that. They could have allowed a path to citizenship if that's what they wanted. They didn't do that. They wanted to have this migration problem, this illegal immigrant problem that we have are suffering through now. So the law is that illegal aliens need to be deported. That is a fact. And we know that the Trump administration is planning to deport those illegal aliens, starting with the most violent, like the murderer of Laken Riley. They will be deported first. But they are all illegal aliens. Now, maybe after we get rid of the estimates have it as high as 25% of the illegal aliens that are in the United States that are breaking the law actively, members of gangs like the Venezuelan gangs, the MS-13 and other gangs that have flooded into the United States. Maybe after they're gone, we can have an entirely different conversation about it. After the crime that has been associated with these illegal aliens massing in our cities, maybe when they're gone, we'll have a different conversation. Maybe we have a different path. But at this moment, the law says they have to go. And whether you like that or not, that is the law. The Denver mayor has said that he's, and I quote here, more than having federal agents stationed at the county line to keep them out, you would have 50,000 Denverites. Who are these 50,000 members of Denver that are going to line up on the border of the city, the border of the state, to keep out the federal government, which, by the way, is a crime? They would be aiding and abetting criminals, violent criminals, who are preying on their own citizenry. Who are these 50,000 people that supposedly exist that answer to the mayor? By the way, these are citizens. We're not talking about cops. We're not talking about a National Guard. We're talking about random citizens. Who are these random people, 50,000 random people who obey the word of the mayor? That should trouble you. That should make you question. I hear people talking about, oh, there's January 6th, there's this secret society. The mayor has 50,000 people who are going to run around trying to stop the federal government from doing its lawful job. Who are those 50,000 people? How does he know 50,000 people will obey him? It's not the population of Denver. Who are these 50,000 people who listen, who take orders from the mayor? This should be a question people want to ask, and should be a question he must answer. Where did these people come from? How does he have so much control over these individual citizens? Is he going to order the people of Denver to do this, just randomly picking and choosing 50,000 people to try and stop federal agents from doing their lawful job, from enacting the law? Is that what he's saying? That's civil war. That's insurrection. That's treasonous. Even if they're a group, even if they're a political organization, maybe it's the Democratic Party. If he has 50,000 members of the Democrat Party that suddenly answer to him, it is still insurrectionist. It is still treasonous and it is still obstruction of the law to block the federal government from doing its lawful job, its lawful duty. This doesn't make any sense to me. But he's thinking, oh, I'm being all high and mighty. I'm the great democratic savior. You're admitting that you want to break the law. You're a criminal. The Denver mayor is a criminal. He goes on to say, it's like the Tiananmen Square moment. He is suggesting that preventing the government from enacting the law as it is written is somehow like Tiananmen Square. I'm sorry, the United States immigration law is nothing like the Chinese Communist Party's views on anything. Donald Trump isn't rolling tanks down the street in Denver trying to force people to obey. That's not what they're doing. ICE agents may go, and in fact, we know what they're going to do. If you go to this article right here, the border czar, Donald Trump's pick for border czar is Tom Homan. And Tom Homan has suggested that he's not going to deputize or use any of the city of Denver's people to arrest these violent, criminal, illegal aliens like the members of the Venezuelan gangs that have taken over apartments throughout Aurora, Colorado. No, what's he going to do? He will have them sit in front of the jail, the jails in Denver, and as these illegal aliens are arrested for the multiple crimes that they are committing, that these gangs are enacting in, and they will pick up those illegal aliens as they are released by the mayor of Denver, who does not want to prosecute these criminals who are preying upon his own constituents. The constituents that he, by law, by obligation, by his oath of office, are supposed to protect. The federal government will instead, when he releases those criminals, the federal government will pick them up and enact and enforce the law as it exists. And Denver thinks that he's a good guy. He thinks this is like Tiananmen Square. Don't believe my words for it. This is Xi Van Fleet, a survivor of Mao's revolution in China, much like Lily Tang Williams up in New Hampshire. On Thursday, he called out Johnston for comparing his efforts to break the law to and try and compare that to Tiananmen Square with the Chinese Communist Party. He told Fox Business that Mayor Johnston of Denver is either profoundly ignorant of the history of Tiananmen Square, or he did the false analogy of comparing Tiananmen Square to his plan to break the law in the United States as a false analogy. This is what the people who've been in Tiananmen Square, who come from the Chinese Communist Party, that's what they think about this. Here is another one. The Aurora City Councilwoman Danielle Jurinsky told the Post that this will further show how unproductive Mayor Johnston is in one of the country's so-called sanctuary cities, which discourage or prevent local authorities from cooperating with federal immigration agents in the case of illegal aliens. She goes on to say, if Mayor Johnston wants to stand at the Denver border with Highland moms, it will just further show how unproductive he is. Aurora, the city of Aurora, does not plan to provide the Trump administration with assistance, to her knowledge, but they certainly won't stop the law from being enacted lawfully and trying to reduce the number of violent criminal gangs like the Tren de Aragua violent Venezuelan prison gang that have been taking over apartment complexes, not apartments, apartment complexes throughout the city of Aurora, which is a suburb of Denver. These people are crazy. This is Trump derangement syndrome at a whole nother level. This is how you break the country. And they think they're doing a great job. They think Democrats will support this. This is Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom came out, and this is from Democratic Wins. This is considered a win. This is a win. It's on Twitter. They think this is great news. This is Gavin Newsom releasing a video showing how he's going to defend California from Donald Trump, which he cannot do. That's called insurrection. That's called treason. He is violating the law if he does not follow the executive branch, the president. Just because he doesn't like him or has different politics does not matter. But here he is trying to, quote, defend California by breaking the law, a sanctuary state where we have people, the highest number of people defecating on the sidewalk. Californians have to hire people to clean up human feces off the ground. It is the highest level of human feces just in the ground, just on the sidewalk in the world. We have over 50,000 people who are homeless in California alone. And he wants to say he's protecting. How about you protect the people in California from the homeless that are defecating on the streets? How about taking care of the homeless? How about helping people get jobs and to get them off of drugs? Maybe that should be your priority, not Donald Trump, who is enforcing the law that exists. Again, this isn't new law. This is the law that's already in place. They just don't like it. And Gavin Newsom has this to say, and I want to go over this with you guys.
We have a president-elect, and I'm one of those people. I revere the institution. I revere this country. I revere the presidency.
He's saying he loves America. He says he loves the Constitution, that he wants to support the Constitution. These are his words. He reveres it. He loves it. He loves the Constitution, which says that he has to follow the executive branch. That regardless of the politics of the president in charge, that he has to follow that he has to follow the law, whether he likes the law or not, whether it's politically advantageous for him or not, he has to follow the law. That is his job. This is what he's saying he loves. So let's hear what he has to say about the law that he loves.
And I want our president to succeed. And our job, my job, is not to wake up every single day and get a crowbar and try to put it in the spokes of the wheel of the Trump administration.
So he's saying his job isn't to interfere with Trump. His job isn't to break the law. His job isn't to try and break America. This is what he's saying, that he's going to follow the law as an American citizen, as an elected official, the governor of a state. His job isn't to push a political agenda or to propagandize. That's the first 21 seconds. Let's hear what he says for the rest of the video.
And so again, in that spirit of an open hand, not a closed fist, that's how we want to proceed. That said, fourth point, I'm not naive either. And we're pragmatic. And we will stand firm. I am reminded.
So he said he's pragmatic. This is someone who has one of the largest populations of homeless in the country in his state. This is where people are defecating on the streets in his state. He has one of the highest numbers of population of drug addicts in the country in his state. And he's pragmatic. His pragmatism seems to have failed the people. His state is the number 2 largest exodus. People are leaving California en masse because of their policies. They don't want to live and be Californians. They want to go somewhere else. These are American citizens we're talking about. That's his pragmatism. That's his effectiveness that he's saying that he wants to protect, that he wants to stand firm on. He wants to continue to break the law, which is why California is a sanctuary state, that he wants to continue to violate the Constitution and the laws of the United States because of his feelings. Let's go on to see what else he wants to say.
There's that great old poem about, the winds may howl, but I will not be swept away.
So no matter how people are screaming in the poem that he's quoting here, or paraphrasing, he's saying, he has said, oh, it doesn't matter about how much you yell, he will not sway. He's not going to take the advice of the public. 72 million people voted, including people in California. One of the most massive votes for a Republican in California since Reagan. And he's saying, I won't shift. I'll continue to break the law. That he will not allow California to do what it's supposed to do, follow the law. Let's see what else he has to say.
This notion that we have to plant our feet. And I remember, I've been here long enough, having worked with the previous Trump administration.
So he is part of the establishment. He's been there a long time. He's been there since the last time that Donald Trump was president, and even before that. He is an establishment politician. Okay, he has a career being a politician. This is his thing. Let's go on.
I'm not naive about those wins, and they did howl. We were involved in we were involved in specifically 122 lawsuits with the Trump administration.
So he wants to talk about the lawsuits. He said, oh, well, we were fighting against it. It's not that the public, the 72 million people that voted for Donald Trump, that's not people howling. That's not people telling him that he should change, that his policies are ineffective. It's not the hundreds of thousands of people who are leaving California every year. That's not the momentum, the voice, the howls that he's listening to. No. The howl is him fighting against the Trump administration, against the policies of the Trump administration, that they filed 122 lawsuits. That's him howling. The howling is him, and Trump is the one who will not sway. It is Trump who is not listening and not moving. Trump had 72 million people that voted for him. He had virtually every state in the country vote for him. He's been very clear about his policies and how he wants to improve America. This guy can't improve California. And we know that Trump has improved America, including California, in the last time that he was president. Under 45, California, New York, the blue states did well, as did all of America, and everyone was better off. And now he's saying, oh no, but I sued them 122 times because I was right. And I was screaming about how they should do what I want, even though what he wants has California losing more money in a year than most countries have a GDP. There's like 50 countries in the world that their entire gross domestic product in a year doesn't equal the debt of California in a year. That's how much money he wastes, how much he is losing, how much of a failure he has been. And yet he wants to say that Donald Trump is the one who will not bend because he doesn't understand. Okay, let's go on.
We know their playbook. We know what they're going to do.
We know what they're going to do. Follow the law. That's what they're going to do. That's everything that Trump has said. As much as they want to say,
Project 2025. There is nothing in Project 2025 that breaks the law. There is nothing that Donald Trump has said on the campaign trail, in interviews, in his writing. Nothing has been a violation of the law. Not once. You cannot find that. Even when they try to take him out of context, the moment that you listen to what he is actually saying, he has not violated the law. Not once. He didn't do it as president in the 4 years that he had as the 45th president of the United States. We have no reason to believe he's going to do anything different this time. So you know his playbook. And the playbook is follow the law, improve the economy, America first. These are nothing wrong with any of those policies. But California, under Gavin Newsom, well, that's a problem because that's not progressive. That's not bowing down to the Democratic Party. So it's a problem. Let's go on.
I talked a lot about the campaign, and I appreciated Kamala Harris's closing message about Donald Trump has an enemies list.
You mean that the New York Times, CNBC, MSNBC, ABC, CBS, the Washington Post, Huffington Post, you, Kathy Hochul, Gretchen Whitmer, Pritzker out of Illinois. You mean there isn't a group of individuals who have all said that both Donald Trump and MAGA, any American who believes in making America first or making America great, that they're all on your enemies list? That has been said for the last 9 years in a row. Yeah, you guys have an enemies list too. And guess what? Your list is the one that kicked off our list. We were the ones who were being demonized for well over 8 years by you saying that we are somehow bad because we want to make America a good nation, that we want to make it a great nation, that we want to follow the law. Only your side, Gavin Newsom, is the one that has made enemies, and you're being upset when we acknowledge that you hate us. Bluesky has said that Bluesky, which is now the alternative for all the left, that they're running over there because they can't stand not being in an echo chamber. All they want to hear is they are right, that their ideas and their values are correct. And they're running over to Bluesky, 20 million of them, and canceling each other because, God forbid, anyone say anything that isn't exactly what they feel at that moment. But guess what? That's you guys. You created the enemies list. You said that everyone else who doesn't obey whatever you feel at any given second, that everyone else is the bad guy. That's what you guys have said. So you're talking about an enemies list? It's kind of ridiculous, but let's go on.
And she said, have a to-do list. I said I would make it a modest addendum to that. So did Donald Trump. That to-do list is laid out in a 922-page document, of which there's 270 specific points that he has publicly supported in that Project 2025.
And that is not illegal, nor is that different than any other president. Kamala Harris would have a transition team. Obama had a transition team. Biden had a transition team. Clinton had a transition team. Every president has a transition team, and they have a guidebook on that with goals that may or may not be the exact goal of the president, that is made up by advisors that they may or may not go through, that they may or may not achieve. This isn't new. You just don't like what Trump is suggesting. You don't like Project 2025 because it doesn't agree with your progressive values. That doesn't mean that it's illegal, because it's not. They have never once pointed to something and said that's illegal. You've demonized everyone about it, but you haven't told anyone. I notice you're saying, oh, there's 270 things. Yeah, what? What exactly? Where's the issue? Oh, is it going to put black people in chains? No. Oh, okay. Is it going to make women lose the right to vote? No. Okay. Is it going to end abortion? No, because Trump said he's not going to do that. That it's a state issue, exactly where it is right now. So again, you're not saying anything other than obey. Obey Gavin Newsom. He's just the same as the Denver mayor. Let's go on.
document, which 75% of its authors, and there's a multitude of authors, worked with the Trump administration. None of us are naive.
How many people work on the legislation that is passed in the California legislature? How many, for your campaign speech, Gavin Newsom, how many people, how many authors did you have? Look, I'm someone who's worked in politics. I've written speeches for elected officials, and I've submitted that. I've done some speech writing. I've written my own speeches as well. I can tell you, there's many authors that go into that. Do you know how many people, how many authors are involved in writing the State of the Union address that happens every single year? There's over a dozen, sometimes 50 people work on writing that. So to say, oh, there's many, many authors, and some of them are in the Trump administration. Of course they are. They're called Republicans. What's the problem? They have Republicans and conservatives. By the way, they also have some people like RFK, a Democrat. Tulsi Gabbard, formerly a Democrat. People with democratic ideas, libertarian ideas, have contributed to this document. So, what's the problem? Oh, but it's not progressive. That's your problem. Let's go on.
When he said he knew nothing about it. That is a to-do list. That is a playbook.
And that's not a bad thing. And it doesn't mean that he's read all 922 pages of it. There's no reason why he needs to until he wins the election. And it doesn't mean that he has to agree with any or all of those policies or that he will enforce any or all of those suggestions. It is a suggestion book. It is a to-do list, which means you can do it or you cannot do it or you can put it off to another day. This doesn't mean it's law.
The Heritage Foundation and others backing that playbook.
Is the Heritage Foundation a terrorist organization? No. Is it a government organization? No. It is an independent, private organization. They can suggest anything they want to. There's nothing wrong with that. I can write a letter to the president at any time. You can write a letter to the president at any moment that you want to, suggesting anything that you want to suggest. Any law, any critique, any amendment that you want, you can do that. You do that for your member of Congress. You do that for your local mayor. You do that for your governor. You can do it for the president too. What's the problem? Heritage wrote something that they wanted to suggest and they submitted it. And why is that a problem? Why is it a problem, Gavin, besides the fact that it's not going to promote your political ideology? Where's the problem?
You build on that, not naive about what to anticipate.
No, yeah, you're going to see someone follow the law. That's what he's anticipating. His anticipation is, oh my God, we're going to have the law enforced in America so that when criminals commit a crime, they go to jail, that they don't get to have a revolving door, get put in jail, an hour later, they're back out on the streets committing more crimes, which we have seen in California, which we have seen in Chicago. We've seen that in New York State and New York City. We have seen the revolving door of bail reform and social justice reform. And you know what? Most states don't have that, and that's a good thing. We've seen what happens with the open borders. We've seen what's happened with the Venezuelan gangs. We see what happens when we don't vet these individuals and we get terrorists. Where did the 8 ISIS terrorists go when they got across that open border and they were allowed into America by the open border policy of the Biden-Harris administration, the failure of Kamala Harris to stop them from entering? Where did those 8 terrorists go? All 8 of those Tajikistan ISIS terrorists went to California. They went to LA. Gee, you might want to wonder why. Maybe it's because of the sanctuary status of the state and the city that allowed them to be protected, even though, and you hid them from the government so that they could stay in America longer, planning God knows what. 8 terrorists, a terrorist cell in that went directly to California because they knew they'd be safe and protected. And they were there for a year. What could 8 terrorists do in a year? We don't know. Hopefully, we will never find out. Let's go on. So I wanted to bring that to your attention because that's just two. And there's a lot more. As I said, we know that North Carolina Representative Nichols, the North Carolina 13th District, has come out and said he wants to have a shadow government. That's illegal. He wants to have two governments in America, one for Democrats and the other one for everyone else. And the Democrats are going to be there to to double check or correct or offer different opinions to try and make their own policy. This is exactly how we had the South create the Confederacy and then cause a civil war. They created the infrastructure for an entire government and then they broke away. And that's what the Democrats are suggesting, to create their own infrastructure. They're saying that they're going to break the law of the land because of their politics and their political agenda rather than follow the law. If you know what, I would say to Denver's Mayor Johnston, I would say to Gavin Newsom, I would say to Kathy Hochul, if you want to change, if you don't want illegal aliens to be restricted, you want open borders, go to Congress, get the law passed. Your governors, talk to us. 50,000 people, there's supposed to be 50,000 people, according to Mayor Johnston of Denver, who said, okay, get all 50,000 to talk to your senator, to talk to your members of Congress, to write a letter to the president saying that you want to change. You're the governor of California. Tell the people of California to write a letter to say that the immigration laws should be rescinded. They should be changed, that there should be an open border, a path to citizenship. Get the people of California behind you and put that in a letter to the president and to the Congress. Get the law changed. Oh, but you can't. Because the majority of Americans in this election and before that do not want illegal aliens. They do not want open borders. They want law and order. There's a reason why we have deportation laws in this nation. There's a reason for this. They just don't like it because it's not on their side. And again, they're running over to Bluesky. Anytime they hear someone says, oh my God, I don't like that answer. I don't like that. That's not progressive. You're not obeying me. They run to Bluesky and other areas. They isolate themselves into their echo chambers. And these echo chambers are not pleasant. They're not positive. You've got Bluesky. They don't know what the age limit for their platform is. This is straight out of the left. I mean, this is their normal thing. They have no idea. Now, this is important because there are the Bluesky, which is the alternative to X for the left, that have been running ever since the election, since Trump has come in. This is the Trump Derangement Syndrome network, social media source, and they have been running in there. And the thing is, Bluesky has a huge number of minor attracted persons, otherwise known as MAPs. Bluesky is filled with MAPs who are there, and they are very open about this. The mainstream news media really doesn't want to talk about this. They don't want to mention this because that means they have to talk about part of the LGBT alphabet, and they don't want to have to address the LGBT alphabet. They want to stay away from the alphabet because it's protected. And that's one of the sacred cows of the left. So they can't really address that. They don't want to say that minor attracted persons are, in fact, pedophiles. And we all know that. They're pedophiles. I know. This web, if my video wasn't being suppressed, the mention of pedophiles and MAPs means that I am absolutely being suppressed right now. But that is the word. Let's not play word games. Let's not be afraid of talking about the truth. And Bluesky is filled with MAPs, otherwise known as pedophiles, in my opinion. And these pedophiles are there to prey on the people, the 20 million some odd people who are in there. But here's the problem. Bluesky doesn't even understand who's part of their community. When the BBC decided that they wanted to ask if Bluesky, the CEO of Bluesky, and said, what is the age restriction? What is the minimum age? Your site is filled with individuals who are saying that they're attracted to minors, that they are attracted to children, otherwise known as pedophiles, which is, well, being a pedophile isn't illegal. Taking action about that is. And so this is a potential danger. This is a potential source of crimes in the future if their site is putting together pedophiles and children, vulnerable, innocent children. And because it's an echo chamber, and the kids are being told, you have to be leftist. You have to be progressive. You have to always move to the left. That's what the Department of Education has been enforcing for years now. We've been told you have to be leftist. If you're black, you have to be leftist. If you're a woman, you have to be a leftist feminist. And preferably, no matter who you are, you should be trans or you should be non-binary. This is what they have been shoving down kids' throats every single day. And now they have a bubble, an isolated echo chamber called Bluesky, where all they do is reinforce these ideas. What is the age of people they are reaching? According to Ms. Grabber, who is in charge of Bluesky, she's the CEO of the company. She thought that the age was 18. This is her own company. She's the CEO. She thought that the minimum age to join Bluesky, to be surrounded by minor attracted persons, was 18. Adults. The BBC found out and was told, no, that's not true. That's not correct. It's 13. So you have people who are 13 to 18, otherwise known as minors, and otherwise known as children, that pedophiles prey upon. And children are joining Bluesky because they are told it is the safe space for the left, for Democrats. If you have TDS, if you're a member of the Progressive Party, if you lean to the left, and everyone should lean to the left according to the left, and children are told in their classes how to be better and better leftists, these kids are going to join there, and they are surrounded by minor attracted persons, pedophiles. And the CEO didn't even know. The CEO didn't even realize the danger that they are putting children into. And people like Gavin Newsom thinks this is a good idea. People like Denver's Mayor Johnston thinks that this is a positive, that this is what we need to do to our children. And by the way, if you think I'm wrong about the pedophile thing, here it is. This is from, again, mainstream media does not want to say this. They don't want to mention the word maps. They don't want to mention the word pedophile. And in fact, if you say this on social media, you will be suppressed. This video is going to be forever suppressed because Google doesn't like anyone who isn't approved to mention the word map or minor attracted person or pedophile. They will punish me for telling you this and showing you the evidence to show you that even when we see on Reddit, people are talking about this. Oh, what does the left say? Oh, it must be a troll. It can't be true. And then they tell you, but it is true. That it is happening. That it is a reality. And the left is out of its mind. Look at what they're doing. They're eating their own. As reported, and this is only one source, but many sources have come out and talked about this. This has invaded every aspect. Rob Reiner, which is entertainment, going to even entertainment sources, Clownfish, which is credible and has good resources. And they are quoting directly from Rob Reiner's site about how Rob Reiner on Bluesky had to leave Bluesky because he's not leftist enough. He couldn't stay in the echo chamber because it was too much of an echo chamber even for him. Rob Reiner was driven by Bluesky, possibly, and the fact that Trump had won the election into a mental institution to check in for his mental health. He had to leave TDS. He had so much Trump derangement syndrome. He believes the left-leaning media so much that he left X to go on to Bluesky where he would be safe. That is such a toxic place, according to Rob Reiner, who is nowhere near the right. He is nowhere near the center. He's about as leftist as you get. And Rob Reiner found it to be so toxic that he couldn't stay in his leftist blue bubble. I would imagine it's because he saw all of the maps and the pedophiles trying to find all the children, but that's my opinion about that. And it was so harsh. It was such a harsh reality that after saying he couldn't stay on Bluesky, that blue safe bubble, that echo chamber, he had to go and check into a mental institution for his mental health. Is this insane, folks? This is what the left is doing. As they tell you that Donald Trump is evil, that his administration is evil. By the way, it hasn't started. They have convinced tens of thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands of people that you see on TikTok right now, shaving off their heads, saying that they won't procreate, they won't have sex, they won't have relationships. They're just going to be old and have a bunch of cats. They're running onto Bluesky so they can be surrounded by minor attracted persons and have echo chambers so toxic that even well-known members of the left can't handle it. And they're trying to tell you that you're the problem. They're telling you that you made the mistake, that you're somehow vicious. We saw that on The View. Oh, how dare you? How dare you're such a problem? Now The View has to have, ABC said, oh, you know what? No one's listening to you. No one believes you. No one agrees with you. You need someone who's pro-Trump on the channel. And they're like, oh my God. MSNBC is being sold because they're not profitable. No one's listening to them. No one believes them anymore. No one follows them. There's a reason for all of these things as they tell you how evil it is because they're trying to break away. If you will not obey, they always react in the same manner. We see this from the left consistently. The left, when people do not obey what they have said, when people aren't having the feeling that they were told to have, the left will riot. They create autonomous zones. They commit acts of arson. They attack people. They kill people. This is the truth. You may not like it. You can be as leftist as you want to be, but this is the reality of what we see. BLM, Antifa, we see this from working families and the Democratic Socialists of America. We see them all doing the same things. They will riot. They will protest and block off the streets, denying fire trucks from being able to get to fires, from denying ambulances the ability to get to people who are injured. They have done this. We have seen it consistently. They will burn down cities like Minneapolis and destroy people's lives for decades to come. They will go out and they will kill people like they did at the Chaz, the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone, where they wound up killing 16-year-olds. What about the Atlanta Autonomous Zone, which wound up killing an 8-year-old? They killed the mom of a 3-year-old child, a newborn child, Jessica Dottie Whitaker, killed her for daring to say all lives matter, because the left doesn't like that. That's not what their feeling is. That's not what they're saying is. And they killed a mother of a newborn for saying that. That's on top of killing people like David Dorn and a couple, actually 3 dozen other people. This is what the left does. You want to talk about toxic? Bluesky is toxic. TDS is toxic. Gavin Newsom, Mayor Johnston of Denver, they're toxic. Kathy Hochul is toxic. And they are committed to these ideas. Did you know that Jussie Smollett, who was convicted, who the evidence is absolutely clear, Jussie Smollett committed a hoax because he's a leftist and he did not like Donald Trump. And since he could not find any evidence, Russia collusion wasn't true, the Ukraine phone call wasn't true, the laptop was absolutely true. Biden was ineffective. He's a part-time zombie. Jussie Smollett went out and said he had to help the Democrats. And to do so, he decided to lie to the American people. He decided to deceive the American people. He perpetrated a hoax that cost the people of Chicago money, and trying to resolve it, to investigate it. He divided people in this nation based on race. He increased the amount of racial tensions in America with his lie, with his hoax, and it was proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that he did these things, and he was convicted of this. And now he's out of jail. He spent 1 week in jail. In the last 5 years, he spent 1 week in jail for lying to the American people, for increasing the racial tensions in America, in dividing people based on his lies, on trying to push a propaganda for the left. He spent 1 week in jail. That wouldn't happen for me. Why did he spend 1 week in jail? Well, one of his friends is someone that you've heard of before, Michelle Obama. Another one of his friends, oh yeah, you know that person too, it's Kamala Harris. And they use their political pressure to help keep him out of jail. He was investigated, he was arrested, he was convicted, he was sent to jail. He complained that he couldn't handle it. He emotionally had a breakdown because he was put in jail for his crimes, and because he was emotionally distraught and had really powerful friends in the Democratic Party, because he was in Chicago, a Democratic city, in Illinois, a Democratic safe haven, he was allowed to get out of jail. They wouldn't take you out of jail. They wouldn't take me out of jail. You get convicted, you're not going to be in jail for a week. You're going to be in there for years. That's a guarantee. They're not letting you out. You don't like it? Too bad. They will keep you in jail. That's a guarantee. And he got out. And now, 5 years later, after most people have forgotten how he lied, how he cheated, how he deceived, how he pushed a political agenda, that he did all of this because of politics. They want you to forget that. They want you to forget how far the left will go to maintain their power, to be able to control your life. They don't want you to remember. 5 years later, he gets released. The charges are dropped. He gets to walk away saying, oh, it was those evil Republicans. There were witnesses. His accomplices actually told on him. His accomplices explained exactly what the plan was. They showed all the evidence. It was clear, which is why he got convicted. And now he's released. But we're the bad people. Jussie Smollett, he's the good guy. Mind you, Jussie is black, so am I. I'm Hispanic. I'm black and Hispanic. Jussie is black, and I think he's something else as well. So mixed race, okay, no different to me. Oh, but he's an actor. So what? What's that mean? He's an entertainer? Mediocre entertainer when he was at his best. The reason why he did this, in part, not only to push the political politics, but also because he wanted a pay raise. That's according to his accomplices. He was doing this not only to help the Democrats, but to also get himself a better contract on a TV show. He did it because he was selfish, which we see very often, because he's just as selfish as Gavin Newsom, who wants to maintain his governorship, and also because Gavin Newsom wants to have a shot at being president. And also Mayor Johnston, he wants to be mayor and maybe even governor of Colorado. So yeah, he's selfish too. This is the left. This is what the left does. And they think they're great. I promised I would get to Joy Reid. And I am going to talk about Joy Reid. My God, Joy Reid is incredible. And by the way, if there is anyone on the left who disagrees with all of the evidence that I am providing and disagrees with the conclusion I am making based on the evidence that I am providing, I am happy to hear your voice. You can type in on YouTube, on Google, on Rumble. As long as the YouTube wind is keeping us up and allowing people to be able to comment, I'm more than happy to hear your voices. Or if you need to, call in 929-715-8569. The phone is on. You can call in. If you think I am wrong about anything that I've said, any of the conclusions, if you have evidence that controverts what I have said, that shows that, oh, no, he is going to follow the law, even though he has absolutely said, both Gavin Newsom, mayor of Denver, as well as Kathy Hochul and several others, they've all said they are going to break the law. The governor of Illinois, Pritzker, has said they will break the law. Okay, if you have evidence to show otherwise, I can show the evidence, and I have shown the evidence where they have said publicly they're going to break the law, they're going to divide this nation. This is insane. But let me go on. This is Joy Reid. This is Thanksgiving. This is what the left thinks of you. This is what the left wants. They want to punish you. They have been trying to punish you and continuing to try to punish you since the election, since November 5th. And they're going to continue to keep doing this into 2025, and for the next 4 years, they are going to punish you. Because that's all they know how to do. If you do not obey, they punish you, which is coercion. They will coerce you through force, through threat, that you must obey or else. And they will find every way they can punish you. They will deny you sex that you would otherwise have. They will deny you relationships that you would otherwise have. They will deny you children that you would otherwise have. They will deny you entertainment that you would otherwise have. They will deny you everything. And now they are calling to take away your family. This isn't coming from the right. There is no one on the right who has said or will say that if you voted for Joe Biden or Jill Stein or De La Cruz, who's a socialist, there's no one on the right who's saying you need to be separated, that you need to be isolated or ostracized. There is no one in the conservative or the Republican movement who's saying that you're a bad person and you must be demonized. No one is saying that. Only the left is saying that about you. And now they want to take your family. They are going after your family. This is Joy Reid. Now, before I play this, in case you're wondering, you go, but Mike, this is just, some person on. No. This is the video that was being spoken about by the Daily Mail. This is international news that has covered this as well. That Joy Reid sends a Thanksgiving warning to Trump voters to break up the family. This is covered by international news. The reason why I'm going here is because this is the full 1 minute, 18 seconds, not being chopped up. I want you to hear the whole thing that Joy Reid says, because she doesn't want you to be thankful this Thanksgiving. She wants you to be punished. She wants to coerce you into obeying her political ideology. She wants you to be a peon, a slave to her feelings, whatever they may be. She wants you to be one of her toadies following her political ideology. She wants you to not be a human being. She wants you to be a slave, a clone. Let's hear what she has to say in her words.
People are rightfully alarmed. They have a reason to be alarmed.
Why are people alarmed? this is what she's starting this off. People are alarmed because Trump won. He won before. And they told us to be terrified and afraid. And everything they warned us about didn't happen. In fact, everything was better than it is today. 4 years ago, you were better off than you are now. But people are afraid. Why? Because Joy Reid told women that they're going to lose their rights. No one's taking away their rights. That women are not going, they're going to be barefoot in the kitchen pregnant. No one on the right has said that. No one. There is no credible voice that has said anything even close to that. That's only from the left. They're the only ones who say that, but they're the same ones that told you, black people, that if Trump ever got elected, that you would be in chains. They said this to you, and to everything they're saying right now is exactly what they told you in 2016. They told you that if you're black, you're going to lose your right to vote. No one lost the right to vote. They told you that you would be in chains. It would be back to the 1950s. It isn't. They told women they'd lose the right to vote. They didn't. You'd lose the right to abortion. Abortion exists in every single state. There are some stipulations on using abortion as a means of prophylactic, as a means of control, but it exists in every single state. That has never changed. IVF is still existing. And in particular, they told you this would happen if you didn't vote. Well, day after the election, nothing's changed. Nothing has changed. And by the way, Donald Trump on January 21st of 2025 cannot change these things. Even if he wants to put through an executive order, it cannot work. And the Democrats are going to fight against everything that he would want to change. They're fighting against everything he's trying to change now. And he hasn't even changed anything. He's only suggested that he's going to hire these people, and they're fighting tooth and nail. So why are people concerned? Because Joy Reid is fear-mongering. Because Joy Reid is race-baiting. Not only do I believe that, I showed you last week Michael Rappaport, who, again, just like Rob Reiner, is no friend of the right. They are leftists. They are far left leftists. And they call out Joy Reid. But let's see what else she has said. You have a right. You have a reason to be fearful. I don't know why. Because nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. But you're afraid. Because she told you to be afraid.
People are rightfully alarmed. They have a reason to be alarmed. And if you would vote for that.
If you would vote for Donald Trump,
people may not feel so confident that they're safe with you.
If I voted for Donald Trump, how does that change me? I ask this as a question for everyone in the audience. I ask anyone, and please clip this, share this with as many people as you want. Share it right now. Share it to everyone on the left that you know. I would love to hear this answer. If I voted for Donald Trump, I have a photo of my vote, my ballot. I'm more than happy to show it to people. I've shown it already online. I voted for Donald Trump. I have no problem with that. I am a Republican and a conservative. How did that hurt anyone? How did that change anything? Why would you not? I am an advocate for the homeless, always have been. That has no color, that has no race. I've never tried to stop anyone from doing anything. This program is about helping people to express themselves. I have had on Republicans, the far right, the far left. I've had on Democrats. I've had on progressives. I've had on not a socialist, but pretty much everyone else in between on this channel. Over the last 18 years that I've been doing this, I've interviewed every single political party and ideology that there is and allowed them to have their voices shared with you, the public. How am I dangerous? But she doesn't know what about gay people though, Mike? You don't know what I know about gay people or who I know or how I support them or not. How do you know it's changed? Oh, because Joy Reid said you voted for Trump, so you must hate gay people. Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? Because I'm pretty sure my family, like your family, has someone who's gay in it, don't we? And I love my family. And then their sexual preference has nothing to do with it. Oh, but those trans people, oh, well, I have a problem when you're going after children. But do you know how many trans people I know? How many dozens of trans people I've known long before it became an issue for the public? 20, 30 years. No, more like 20, 25 years. That I've known people who are trans that I've known for years. And you've never heard me talk about them because that's their life. And it's not a problem. I don't care. They're grown adults. Let them do what they're going to do. Just don't send me the bill. Don't send the American people the bill. I said that to their face. I will say it to your face. I have no problem saying that to anyone who's trans. You're a grown adult. Do what you want. Don't send the bill to America. Pay for it yourself. That's your choice about your body. That's about your life. And we don't have to pay for it. And if you're a prisoner, you damn sure don't get to do that. That's not what we pay for. That's not our obligation. Sorry, if you even wanted to have that conversation with me, please, first thing, don't be a criminal. Don't go into prison and say, oh, you got to change my sex now. No, I don't. You're a prisoner. No, you're already a criminal. You got to pay off the debt that you already have to society for the crime that you committed. You can't add to that just because of your feelings. I don't care about that. Oh, you want to join the military so you can go and get trans. I'm sorry. That's not what the military is for. I've been in the military. I volunteered for the military. I volunteered to give up my life like so many others, men and women. Even to this day, they are willing to give their life so that you can have the right to do whatever it is you want to do with your life as an adult. Hey, I have no problem with that. But you don't go into the military to say, and fix me, change me. Sorry. That's not what the military is there for. That's not the job. It's to protect America and kill America's bad guys. That's the job of the military. People don't like it when I put it that blunt. That's the job. What's the job of the Marine Corps? To seek out and destroy the enemy through superior firepower and maneuver. That's a quote from the Marine Corps manual. Seek out the enemy through superior seek out and destroy the enemy through superior firepower and maneuver. Maim and kill the enemy. That's the job of the Marine Corps. It is that simple. It is that basic. That's why every single Marine is first and foremost, no matter what their rank, no matter how long they've been in the Marine Corps, no matter what their MOS is, they are a basic rifleman. Every Marine can pick up a rifle and be able to put a round downstream center mass. That is our first job. Kill the enemy. Period. I have no problem with that. That is the job. That's what we volunteered for. That's what we were willing and are willing to give our lives for. I have no problem with that. So, but joining the military to become trans, I'm sorry, that's not part of the mission of the Marine Corps. Nowhere in what I just described, seek out the enemy and through superior firepower and maneuver, eliminate them. Nowhere in there that says, and change your sex. I'm sorry, that's not what the military is for. It's not a social experiment. That's not what the military is supposed to be. It's not about social experiments. You want to do it? Fantastic. You're an adult. Go and pay for it. Do whatever you want. That's your body. Don't complain to me if you think you've done something wrong. That's on you. Stay away from the children. Don't touch the children. Children are children. They don't know. They don't understand. You become an adult, go do what you want. You're a child, leave them alone. Is this so crazy? According to Joy Reid, this is crazy. And somehow, because I voted for Donald Trump, because I thought Donald Trump is better for the economy. He's better for America. He's a stronger leader. He has a plan. We are seeing the evidence of his plan in all of his cabinet picks. Everyone, he's already got the names. He already has the alternates. He's already putting out ideas of what he's going to do. We have foreign governments that are making plans to speak with him to change the way the world is operating right now. They are looking to end wars, and they're talking to Donald Trump and saying, they are saying that they are willing to have the conversation about stopping war in the world. And she's saying that I'm a bad person because I voted for that? That I voted for someone who is so significant that he is literally leading the world towards more peace and stability before he even takes power. And she says, I'm a bad person, that you're a bad person for voting for that? 72 million of us. Okay. Let me go on. Let's hear what else this Joy Reid has to say.
This is not crazy. This is
Yes, it is crazy. It is absolutely crazy.
legitimate feelings of fear of you. And
Why would you be afraid? No one has threatened you. Nothing has changed. The Constitution did not change. The Declaration of Independence did not change. The Bill of Rights did not change. Amendments have not changed. Laws have not changed. Why is anyone afraid? What is there to be afraid of? The only thing that has changed is that the left has run away into echo chambers so that they can be surrounded by people who think just like them. Other than that, nothing has changed. Why would they be afraid? Why are you telling people, Joy Reid, to be afraid? Is it perhaps because when people are afraid, they run to Joy Reid to get an answer? When they're confused about what's happening, they run to Joy Reid to get an answer. Because Joy Reid is doing this because she's selfish, because she has a political agenda, because she's a propagandist. But let me go on.
a feeling that you might not be someone they could trust. If this thing goes way south, autocracies go south.
You mean south like when Kamala Harris and John Kerry are running around saying that they need to destroy the First Amendment, that they need to take away the freedom of speech, that is one of the most noted and cited items that people around the world say about America, that is one of the most prominent features of being an American and people talking about America, is the freedom of speech. And the left wanted to get rid of that. It was the leftist leaders that have been trying to rewrite the First Amendment. It is progressives in colleges that have been saying that the First Amendment is a bad idea. That comes from your people, Joy Reid. You have said that. And I'm the one that people are supposed to be afraid of? It's the left that wants to get rid of the Second Amendment. Only the left, only the progressives are out there and they're saying that they want to take away people's rights. It was Kamala Harris who said she wants to go into everyone's home that owns a firearm so that she can inspect it and perhaps even take away their property, just like New York State did to Dexter Taylor. Not because anyone has been threatened, not because there's a danger to anyone, not because any law has been broken, but because of feelings. Democrat feelings. They don't like my firearm, and so they want to take it away. It is the left, it is New York State's Democrats that made it a law that my bulletproof vest that I have for my personal safety to protect me when I go out to all of those protests of the Democratic Socialists of America, of those left-leaning rallies, to protect myself since I am a public figure. When I wear that vest, I am a criminal for owning a bulletproof vest, a passive defense that most people don't even know that I'm wearing. And because I have that, I am a criminal. This is what the left has said. That is authoritarian, Joy Reid. You may not know that because you have private security. You may not know that because you live in a gated community. You may not know that because you don't live in the Bronx. You don't live around the average person. That you are in an echo chamber with all of your elitist friends and they all agree with you. But you are the problem, not me. Let's go on.
Real fast, and things get ugly, and people get asked to do things and turn people in.
You mean like the way people are turning people in on Bluesky? 3,000 complaints an hour on Bluesky, not X. This is on Bluesky, where all of the left progressives went to protect themselves from the evil people, with the evil non-progressives on all the other social media. They went there and they're filing 3,000 complaints an hour about other progressives. Yeah, that seems kind of odd, doesn't it? They're turning people in. You mean like when you saw Joe Biden and Kamala Harris put together the Disinformation Governance Board, where the government was going to all of the social media and saying, give us information about these people so that we can investigate them. How about when the White House, which has admitted, when we see that Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg has admitted that the White House has come to him with lists of people's names about people who should be punished, individuals that should be silenced. And we know the Twitter files, the FBI, the CIA, under the Biden-Harris administration had a list of individuals and groups that they would target to silence, to suppress. That includes this channel. Gee, you have to wonder, who's being authoritarian? Is it coming from the right that doesn't do any of these things, or is it coming from the left? And you're telling me you're worried about when things become more authoritarian. Wait a minute, they've been authoritarian. It's because of Democrats. Is there anyone on the left who disagrees with me? Is there anyone on the left who wants to say, no, Mike, you misunderstand. Having the Disinformation Governance Board isn't authoritarian. Destroying the First Amendment isn't authoritarian. Taking away the Second Amendment rights isn't authoritarian. Denying people the ability to work because they didn't take an experimental jab, that's not authoritarian. Mandating that pregnant women have to have an experimental drug injected into their bodies that may affect their fetuses with no knowledge of what the side effects are, that's not authoritarian. Do you really want to have this conversation, Joy Reid? No, you don't, because you're in an echo chamber and you have no connection to reality. Let's go on.
And point people out and turn on them. And if you're voting affirmatively, gleefully for this,
and I did. I voted gleefully, happily, joyfully. And I encouraged other people to vote for Trump too. So she's talking to me. She's possibly talking to you, that you voted to have a better economy, to have a strong leader, to have a plan for both domestic and international policy. You voted to get the American hostages, or at least their bodies, back from Hamas. You voted to have an end to the Ukraine-Russia war. You voted to be able to have more food in the world. This is what you voted for. That's what Donald Trump has been working towards. And I'm gleeful about that. So she's talking to me. She's talking to you. Let's see what she has to say. What about us?
People may not feel so confident in you anymore.
Why wouldn't you feel confident? I have the same capabilities. Oh, you voted for Trump. Well, I don't know if you can write a sentence in English. I could write it before. Why did that change? Oh, you may not be able to speak as well. I speak as well today as I did before the election. What has changed? I haven't changed. My capabilities, mechanics didn't suddenly become less capable. Doctors didn't become less capable. School teachers, name the profession. No one became less capable or less qualified because of the way they vote in an election. To say that is to be authoritarian, is to be fear-mongering, is to be divisive in America, because you're assuming that something has changed when nothing has changed. You just didn't get what you wanted, Joy Reid. You and the rest of the progressives and the ilk of your mindset didn't get your feelings substantiated. Well, I'm sorry, it's called life. You don't always get that. But just because your feelings are hurt doesn't mean my life has changed. At least not to the negative, at the very least. Nor has anyone else's. No one has now been threatened just because your feelings aren't justified, Joy Reid. That isn't how it works. But do you notice how passionate she is to try and convince you that you were wrong. You made a mistake. You have to join her. You have to be part of her echo chamber. You have to validate her fears, her life. Even though all empirical evidence says she is wrong, you have to agree with her because she's Joy Reid. She's an authority. She's on a show. She's black. She's a woman. You cannot question these things. And yet, we do.
That's real, and you kind of have to live with it. So if you think that you can vote for what people see as their destruction and then
nobody who has empirically, realistically, and other than emotionally, if you've only looked at the election emotionally, if you only blindly accept whatever your party says about whatever it is, then yes, you have this problem, but everyone else does not.
and demand that they still are cool with you and keep
I didn't demand a damn thing. The only people who demand how people act and interact, that's the left. The left says you can't have sex unless you vote a certain way. That's the left. No one on the right says that. No one on the right has ever said that. Only on the left do they say you can't date unless you vote a certain way. No one on the right has said that. No one in the center, no independent has ever said that. Only the left says that. Only the left says you can't have a family unless you vote a certain way. Again, no one on the right, no one in the center, no one in independent, no one else is saying that. Only the left. Do you see a pattern here, Joy Reid? Do you see a pattern here if you're on the left? You guys have a problem. No one else has this problem. No one else has this issue. No one else are making these demands. Only the left is doing this. And you're blaming us?
kiki with you and have Thanksgiving with you, like, I think you're kind of missing the point.
So you're telling me that unless I obey Joy Reid, unless I obey the Democratic masters of Joy Reid, if I am only following their every command, that's the only way I and my family can come together. You're trying to micromanage my family. How dare you? And in micromanaging my family, you're making decisions for my family. You're setting value statements for my family, saying that my family must adhere to your value system, Joy Reid. You're out of your mind. And you're telling us that my family should have an issue if we don't all comply to your ideology. I'm sorry, Joy Reid, you ain't God. You ain't that powerful, and you aren't worthwhile. No, if I was Joy Reid was in my family, I probably wouldn't go to see her, but I wouldn't have been doing it for years before anyway, because I don't respect her. I don't respect her point of view. I don't respect her authoritarian values. She is destructive. This is evil. We are listening to evil. She is telling people to abandon their families for her political partisan ideology. That your new family is her cult. And this is a cult when no one else, the right, the left, the center, no one else, the independents, no one else is saying that you should give up your family for their political ideology, and only the left is doing that. That is part of being a cult. Joy Reid is a cultist leader, and she leans into it based on race and sex. How dare you question her because she is a black woman? I question her because she is a cult leader, telling people to abandon their families because of her political ideology. I know, I spent a lot of time on those sections. But I'm very passionate about this, as you may have heard. Now, let me make clear. I am happy to hear from anyone. You can be a socialist, you can be a progressive, you can be a Democrat, a moderate, you can be independent, you can be a conservative, a Republican, a libertarian. I'm happy to hear from anybody if you think I am wrong on this, if you think I've misunderstood. If you think that what we've just heard from Gavin Newsom, what we've heard from Mayor Johnston of Denver, what we've heard from Joy Reid, if you think I'm wrong on this, if you think that the left is justified, that you can't have Thanksgiving dinner with someone unless they are exactly like you, if they believe everything that you believe, If you think that's true and correct, if you think that's the only way you can have Thanksgiving, please explain this to me. I am honest. I'm being fair. I'm being as fair as I can. Please explain to me why your political preferences stop you from having a piece of turkey, a piece of ham, I don't know, a couple of leaves of a vegetable with other members of your family that have different points of view. I mean, that's not even slavery. That's just being a clone. That's being a pet. I don't ask my dog does not get to tell me how I vote. And wherever I go, my dog goes with me. That's a pet. Joy Reid is more likely telling you that you are her pet and that if you do not obey, you're a bad pet. That only Joy Reid and her ilk are smart enough, are empathetic enough, are capable enough to make decisions for your life and for your family. Your family should be dissolved and eliminated if you do not obey Joy Reid. I know there's someone out there who's going to say, but Mike, you're taking it too serious. Joy Reid has an audience of tens of millions. She has been propped up by Google and Facebook and social media. She is promoted by black organizations all across this country. She has been lauded by the left that helps pay her paycheck. So she has access to media far beyond anything I could ever dream of touching. I take it seriously. This is a threat to my family. And she is attacking my family. She's attacking your family. How dare you not obey Joy Reid, your Lord and Master? And we're hearing this not just from Joy Reid. There are many on the left who are saying this, that they cannot interact with anyone else unless they are exactly a clone of themselves, that they obey the elites that have handed down their orders exactly. That's not human. That's literally dehumanizing. That is turning you into a robot. You're just there to do whatever you're told. You are an automaton. A robot. You're not human anymore. You don't have individual agency. You are literally what we have heard Democrats say over and over again. You're a checkbox. You're the equity. You are whatever boxes in the equity checklist and nothing more. Male, female, black, white, Asian, purple polka dots. You're male or female or they, them, or toaster. You're only the check boxes that you fill out. And you're nothing else. You cannot become anything more, and you can absolutely be less, and you can be ranked based on those check boxes, separate of whether you're actually smart, whether you're actually capable, whether you're actually kind, whether or not you're actually just a human being. None of that matters. All of the qualifications of your life, none of them matter. Or the experiences of your life do not matter. It's only about the check boxes. And if you don't have the right collection of check boxes, people like Joy Reid are going to tell you, you are the problem. Not them. They don't like your check boxes. Everyone else doesn't care. Everyone else doesn't go around saying, hey, what check box are you? What are your check boxes? No one asks that. Only the left. Only the left is concerned about those check boxes. And they're going to punish you if you don't have the check boxes they expect. And if you don't jump into that check box like they demand that you do, they want to punish you. They coerce you. You will do this or else. You can't have Thanksgiving dinner. You can't be with your family for Thanksgiving dinner. They said this to you in 2020 and 2021. Oh, you didn't take, there's a mandate. You have to get a jab. You can't be around that family member unless you get this experimental drug pumped into your system, and don't worry about the side effects. You have to do it because the government said so, because the left says so. And we know how well that's worked out. How many families lost members they'll never see again because the government mandated it. We know that in New York State, 16,000 people died because the government mandated it. And Joy Reid was happy with that. She thought that was great. And now here is Joy Reid coming back 3 years later and telling you, no, well, okay, forget about all the jabs. She doesn't apologize for telling you that you had to get the jab. She's not apologizing because you might have gotten some of the side effects of the jab. She's not apologizing for the fact that she took you away from your family for potentially years, might have destroyed your life and your income. She doesn't apologize for any of that. And now here she is saying, you can't have a family. You can't be a family unless she approves. Unless you live by the criteria of checkboxes that she has set forth for you. And she's not the only one. Only the left says this. That's a cult. That's a political cult, I'll give you that. It's political, but it's a cult. This is cult mentality. It is coercion. It is anti-American. It is evil. Evil. What they are suggesting. Does anyone disagree with me on that? Does anyone think, Mike, you just don't get it? Because if you think you get it and I don't, explain it to me. Please, send me the text. Please, send it to text on YouTube, on Rumble, on Facebook. It'll be on Twitter later. You send me the message, please. I'd like to explain this to me. Explain what Joy Reid has said, because she's made a declaration. Hang on, we got a call. 1 second.
Yep.
God, help me. Hang on, I've got the sound. Hello, and thank you for calling in. This is No Soundbites Allowed. And who may I say is speaking?
Hey, what's up, Michael? It's Graham.
Hey, Graham, what's up?
Okay, so I think your chat is not updating again.
Nope.
Yeah, the last comment that's up on the screen is like from a while ago. But yeah, I'll let you kind of figure out how to resolve that. Probably maybe by next week you'll know what to do about that. I just wanted to say in response to what you were talking about with Joy Reid that I hope that going forward, Americans start to view politics a little bit more dispassionately, as in terms of their personal life, because I think that's what commentators like Joy Reid are kind of exploiting right now, is that like people view politics as much more relevant and that it has much more control over their daily lives than it actually real life, and thus they're able to seize on very potent emotions such as fear. So I hope that going forward, Americans are able to view politics a little bit more dispassionately and see it more as a discussion of ideas as in, like, you know, what things would you like to see our country do going forward. When a discussion happens that way, I think it's a lot easier for people to have long conversations with each other in which they don't have to agree. They don't have to agree on ideas. They can discuss, they can flesh out, they can go into details about ideas without having to agree.
But Graham, here's the thing. They don't want to agree with you. They don't want to agree with anyone else. They've already come to the right decision. They've made it. And now you have to adopt what they have already decided. That's why they have their echo chambers. That's why they tell you to your face, you are evil. If you did something they didn't approve of, then you don't deserve to have Thanksgiving dinner with your family. You don't deserve to be able to go out and be in society. They have said that. And in fact, that's what Joy Reid is saying right now. You are a danger to society. These are her words. You are dangerous because you didn't do what she wants. They don't want to have a discussion. They don't want to have a conversation. They don't want to determine what's the best solution. They already have it. They've already made that decision for you. That's why I'm calling them a cult. Does it make sense?
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree with what you're saying in terms of what they are saying and what they are doing. I think you showed what Joy Reid and people like and commentators like Joy Reid. I think you showed what they are doing. And going forward, I hope that the American public is able to sort of take a deep breath and step back and sort of take these, political commentators, at least the mainstream ones that are very much following the money a lot less seriously than they have before.
Well, I would hope so, but I don't think so. What you're seeing, at least what it appears to be, is they are basically circling the wagons. That's what Blue Sky is. Blue Sky is them circling the wagons. They're retreating to their safety net, their isolated community, so that they can be in the cult together and they can have these ideas and they will bring in more people to them, but they're not going to go out to anyone else. They're not going to share their ideas. They're going to deny everyone else. That's more of what they're doing. That's the whole message they're making to us. It's not about inclusion unless you are joining them, not the other way around. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get it. I just think that people's intellectual subscription to figures like Joy Reid and others, I think that there's always a potential for things to change very drastically. I mean, let's just look back over the last 4 years at some of the commentators that really dropped off the map. I think it was I can't remember when, but Chris Wallace, was kind of vocally not a fan of Donald Trump, and he was a Fox News anchor, and then he left Fox News and got I can't remember which network he joined. I just remember he left Fox News, and he kind of fell by the wayside in terms of his influence across the country. And then we saw other commentators like Don Lemon. They kind of also left their big networks for one reason or another. And I think
Well, no, one second.
Yeah, go ahead.
The reason is important. Don Lemon didn't leave because of a philosophical disagreement. He left because he didn't get the check that he wanted. And more importantly, he had a scandal for his abuse of other employees. So he was forced out. And when it came to, who was the first one? I'm sorry. You just said, I'm forgetting his name now. Who's now unemployed? What's his name? Face the Nation. What's his name? Graham. What's his name? Graham.
Yeah, man. I'm sorry. I can like barely hear you. So but who's the other guy? The brother of the Governor Cuomo. He was on CNN.
Chris Cuomo.
And yeah, he also left that network for
Chris Cuomo. And why did Chris Cuomo leave? It wasn't because of his ideology. It wasn't because he had a different point of view. It's because he broke the law. Well, he broke ethics. He was helping his brother in his campaign to get reelected and also to deceive the American people in covering up the murder of 16,000 people because of a mandated medication and sticking them in nursing homes. We know that happened. We know there was a cover-up on that. And Chris Cuomo, while being a member of the press who's supposed to report on these things, is helping his brother to hide the fact from the public based on the advice coming from his brother, a member of the press. So Chris was, again, deceiving the public. He was abusing his position and his power, and that's why he got fired. It wasn't because people didn't agree with him. It wasn't because he was less popular. He was just as promoted, just as popular. And now he got another job where another institution is propping him up. He's not as powerful as he used to be. He's not as popular as he used to be because he was never popular for himself like Joy Reid and many others. He's popular because he is promoted. And when he stops being promoted, when he loses that authority bias, he is inferior to many people in the alternative media, like myself. That's just the reality of it. So, again, when we're looking at these people, we have to look at why have they changed? Did they change? Are there examples of differences? Or is it they were caught in a bad situation of their own fault and they were punished and they failed because the only thing that was supporting them was their adherence to that echo chamber. They were good Democrats. And as long as they were a good Democrat, they were rewarded with a big paycheck and a lot of media attention. The second they stopped being a good Democrat, they lost their big paying job and they lost their audience. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear you. So I guess we'll put this in. I guess we'll file this under another one of my predictions then, right? I'm saying to you that before Thanksgiving of 2024, that I think characters like Joy Reid, that going forward, we will see their mistakes catch up to them, that we will see their waning influence catch up to them, and then all of a sudden they will be out of a job that and out of a big fat paycheck revenue stream that they had coveted for so long. So that's what I'm saying to you.
Okay. And then in this next week, I think you meant 2025, not 2024. But by 2020, well, whenever, Joy Reid and others like her are going to lose the position because they're not good at being propagandists. And they will be replaced with a better propagandist. It has nothing to do with their popularity. It has nothing to do with anything else. It's about who's the most effective at selling the propaganda. And the news media right now is shifting so that they can better sell the propaganda. I'm talking about the mainstream media. So CNN is going to hire a bunch of Republicans so they can shift a little bit so they can have more propaganda that they can still make money. Their MSNBC is being sold off because it doesn't make money and no one wants to listen to that group of propagandists. They were proven to be liars. They lost their credibility. So a new group of more credible individuals are going to be pushed up in to replace them, saying, hey, we're the new propagandists. We haven't screwed up our credibility. We haven't burned it at the stake yet, so you can trust us instead. This isn't about Joy Reid. I don't care about. It's what Joy Reid represents, which is the coercion of the cult. Obey, believe, or be punished. And when you don't perform well enough, you get punished. Joy Reid's going to get punished not because she's racist, not because she's trying to destroy families, not because of her Trump derangement syndrome. It's because she's not good enough of a propagandist. So she's going to be tossed out and replaced by someone who's better. That's it. And that's kind of sad. And that's what we should be aware of. That should be the conversation. But the left doesn't want the conversation because the simple fact that I said this and I'm a conservative Republican, well, Mike, you're not black and you're a Republican and you're a conservative. So you're out of touch. You don't understand. You're not listening. You're not intelligent. I've heard all of these things said. That's the argument. They shut it down because it's a cult. And the cult leads to authoritarianism because every cult is authoritarian. They just don't see that they're bringing us to that because they're not told to think about it. They're not thinking about the conclusion. They're only thinking about what they've been told, which is everybody must comply. And you must make everyone comply. And if you're not good at making people comply, then you will be punished. And they don't want to be punished because they like their very cushy lives. So they try and make people comply. That's what's happening in front of us. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah. That's a fair point. And in terms of the, the overall networks themselves, I think Americans are slowly waking up to the fact that they are propaganda outlets. Um, there was that viral clip that the CNN anchor who did that interview, the or very early interview with Trump during the primaries. I think her name is Caitlin Collins. She went on to the Colbert Show, and I think it just in passing conversation, he made some sort of offhand comment like, "Oh yeah, at CNN, like you guys are, always just report the truth, and like you guys are always like, neutral and balanced, right?" And like the audience like erupted in laughter, and she kind of looked at him and she was like, "Was that supposed to be a joke?" And he's like, "I don't know, but maybe it is now." So I think people are slowly waking up to the fact that like the networks themselves, they are propaganda outlets.
Eh, sort of people are. Not quite. We still have a long way to go. And that's self-evident by the fact that they're not, the View isn't being taken off the air. They're just they're adding a couple of voices on there. They're going to add a pro-Trump person to the View. But the View is still there. They're still doing the same thing. MSNBC is going to be spun off, but they still exist. CNN, Rachel Maddow, and all of them, they're still going to be there. They're still doing the same format. They're just going to tweak it. They're going to find a better way to sell the cult. They're not changing the cult. They're not fundamentally changing the Democratic Party. It's not changing. The constant move to the left isn't ending. They're just finding a better way to sell it to people. And I'm just pointing out that that's evil. It's intrinsically dehumanizing because of when we stop to listen to the words they have said without emotion and without take away. You don't have to be a Republican. Everything I said about Joy Reid isn't about being Republican or conservative, libertarian. It's not about political ideology. It's about what she said that is dehumanizing and it's anti-American. That's the thing that we need to point out, but that's not what's being addressed right now.
Right. So I think you mentioned the television show The View. I don't watch that program, and anything that I've seen of that has been like very short clips. But I, I I'm inclined to believe that some television shows like The View are specifically designed to help Americans who don't follow politics, they don't follow news, they don't follow discussions of like ideas of government, civics, and economics. They don't have like any sort of firm rooted foundation in sort of following that kind of stuff. I have a I have I'm inclined to believe that shows like The View are designed to help people emotionally process what they hear is happening in
No,
news
they're
and
not.
politics.
No, they're not. They're there to manipulate people's emotions. They're not there to help people. They're not. I spend more time trying to speak with people and understand their point of view. I ask more questions. I'm more interactive. They're not. They're here. When you listen to Whoopi and she's talking about how you should think about race, it's not, oh, do you agree? Do you understand what I'm saying? She's telling you, you're going to do this from now on. This is now the new rule. This is the way we're going to deal about race or women or immigration. They're laying down the law. They're not saying, let's talk about it. They're saying, this is what you're going to obey. Here's your new set of rules. And they say that on repetition so that you get adjusted to it. It seems normal because they're the stars, they're promoting it, they do that every day. That's their job. They are propagandists.
Right, fair enough. I'm not trying to hyper focus on the word help, right? I actually don't think that what they do is helpful. I just think that it's a business model. And when I say the phrase help people emotionally process, what I mean is that I think there are 5 or so hosts that are sitting around a table for the show The View. From the little that I've seen of that show, it always occurs to me that each anchor is sort of like an avatar for a small subsection of their audience. And so when one of them speaks, they're sort of they're articulating the views of their subset of the larger audience, and oftentimes that's why what they say sort of it's just so random, and like their outrage is so like not it's always surprising and like not really based in reality, because they're being an avatar, they're being a representative of all of these people in the audience who they read the headlines, they don't see past the headlines, they don't really know when rag journalist outlets are lying to them or manipulating them, and so they just sort of they blindly react. And so the hosts of The View sitting around the table, they articulate those views that are not based in reality, and the people watching them, they sort of follow along, but over time they always, the audience comes to their own conclusions. And that's what I mean by the show is designed to
I understand what you mean.
Emotionally process what it is that they're hearing and reading about in the news.
I understand that your point of view, you're giving them more credit than they deserve. You're giving them the more excuse than they deserve. I don't. I just hold them to the standard of this is what you said, this is what those words mean, this is the impact of those words. You're giving them a justification saying, but there's more to it. I don't agree with that. This is what they said, this is what it means, this is the impact it's having. And again, I go back to Joy Reid. She said, your family will fear you, and you are fearful because you voted a way that Joy Reid doesn't like. And she's suggesting that your family should avoid you during the holidays because Joy Reid said so. That's evil. That's authoritarian. That's a problem. But, and I know there's more to this, but I do need to jump back out because my dog is ready for his 8 o'clock. So I do got to take him out. What I'll do is I'll play another video. I'll walk my dog, figure about half an hour thereabouts, and then I'll come back. So you can call back in and we can finish the conversation if you like. Do you want to do that?
Listen, do you want to just wrap up, and do you want to just finish the conversation next week?
We can do that too. That's fine.
Yeah, that seems like probably a more smooth transition. Hey man, again, thanks for the conversation, and I'll talk to you next time.
Absolutely. I'm always happy to have you on. Thank you, Graham.
Yeah, sure. All right, bye, Mike.
All right, folks. So you were just listening to Graham, who had called in. And like I've always said, anyone can call in at any time, and we're always happy to have that. Oops, there we go. We're always happy to have you call in. Now, as I mentioned, I do need to get my puppy, and I think you're starting to hear him have a little bit of a complaint in the background there. And that's fine. He is 13 years old. Come here. Come here. Come here. Say hi to the people. Come here. All right, fine. Don't say hi to the people. He doesn't want to say hi to you guys. He's being cranky right now. Understandable. He wants to go out. So I'm going to very quickly. Oh, wait. There he is. Oh, my God. Delivery from sister. Delivery from sister. It's the puppy. Hi, Con. Hi, Con. Say hi to everybody. This is Con. This is Con's outfit.
He's got his little hoodie. This is for inside. Wait a minute. Show them the hoodie. Show them the hoodie. See, this is his hoodie. He likes it down. But he likes it. Yes, I know. I love you too. Okay? That's my puppy. With his little hoodie. He likes his hoodie. He likes it being down. I don't have a hoodie. He does. There you go. But he's about ready. So I did want to mention very quickly. So black women are very upset right now about Trump winning. Somehow Trump winning means that black women don't have a voice and they're not going to be in politics anymore. I don't understand. If you had issues that you think are important, why wouldn't you continue to stand up for the issues that you believe in? Instead, according to the AP News, they're saying that they're just going to be quiet. Trump won, so they're giving up. Why would you give up? Just because you lost doesn't mean you stop. I've lost races before. I didn't give up. I've had my elections I've been in and candidates I've wanted to see win have lost. That doesn't mean I stop. It means that you just struggle through. If you believe you are right and you have the winning argument, you continue. And I will say this to any black woman. Oh, you lost. Well, do you think you were right? Yes. Then keep going. Prove to people that you had the right idea. I also want to, if there's this thing about lived experience, and you hear this a lot from the same people who believe in authority bias, and they say, well, what's your lived experience? That's experience. Anyone who says lived experience to you, they don't know what the hell they're talking about. There are certain words. You know what? There are certain words, and I do recommend people look at this poll of words and terms, and I may do this again next week, this section about this is the difference between leftists and everyone else. They use words and ideas that most people do not know what they are. Most people don't know how to define them. No one's ever heard of these things, and they're not useful. And so there is that. But what I will do is I will, rather than rush through it today, next week, we've been on for 5.5 hours. What I will do is next week, I will go over on Sunday and we'll have this conversation about that. And I'm making a note of it. So I will talk to you guys about language and how that's being used, just like things like Joy Reid, to instill fear and compel you. But if you disagree with anything that I've said today, if you think I'm wrong, I'm always happy to see your comments. Always, please consider to like, share, and subscribe. It helps me immensely. We're targeting 5,000 subscribers. 5,000, not looking for the sky. If we can get to 2,000 by Christmas, I'm a happy man. That's what I would love to see. And if you would like, you can also join my Patreon for $1.50 a month. That's how you can support us on this channel. But the free way, just like and share and subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe. That's all it takes. Folks, I want you to have a wonderful Thanksgiving. There is a lot to be thankful for. You are alive. You have friends. If you're watching this program, you have access to the internet. There are many people in the world that don't have any of those things. You're not in a war zone, I hope. You're safe and you're secure. You've got food, I hope. And if you don't, please, especially in America, you can go out and get food. Please do so. I want the best for each and every one of you throughout the entire week. And I've got a lot coming up this week. We've got a couple of interviews with Kikabello and a few others that are coming out this week. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I'll be with the Bronx Conservatives covering them live tomorrow evening at 7 o'clock. Folks, until then, if I don't get to speak to you before Thanksgiving, have the very best. I'll talk to you soon.